Okay, wonderful weirdos. Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Hey there, ladies, gentles, bounteous bastards, and beings betwixt and between. How we all going? This is my attempt at Robocop makeup. Welcome to another edition of Painting and Politics. Hello, Cooper Shell and Renee. How are you both going today? This one took a little bit of doing. And Kira Sakura. That is right, we have the capacity to go
full robot. Just like so. Stay out of trouble. Voice mod is weird.
Okay, we're back to normal again. Fucking voice mod! Ooh, you've been playing God of War. That sounds lovely. I haven't played a God of War game since... what, God of War 2? That was quite some time ago. No remake juice or anything, just like straight up God of War 2 on the PlayStation whatever. Hello, Magos. Kibosh Malaki filled up the survival fund and selected Robocop. So this is my attempt at a Robocop beard and moustache look. I've gone for like full metallic beard, which is very fragile. It does powder easily. It's something that's best used for stage rather than going out, because it's non-aerosol hairspray mixed with resin pigment powder, and the hairspray crumbles very easily, releasing the metallic pigment powder, which is not good for you. So it's a look rather than a wearing well. I have heard good things about the latest couple of God of War games, or at least the one with the one with Boy, where you were dragging around the child, which might be the Norse one, if I remember correctly. There's an entire channel called SJW Triggered. Why does this? Yes. Dad of Boy. God of War. Dad of Boy. How old is this channel? Just scrolling down through it's probably a bad way to go about it. Does it say in the About section? 2017. That seems about right for an SJW Triggered channel. Cop destroying BLM/Antifa. You laugh or cringe, you lose. Just digging through the Manbaby mines, looking for some sumptuous Manbabies for us to cover this evening. It will be a short stream tonight, as I have to be off at work in the morning. Yes, regular work. I'm part-timing for a university, just helping with their student intake processing for the next month or two, for the next couple of months. You've already lost? I know, anything called SJW Triggered is just going to be... it's cringe in its framing. Ooh, Dave Rubin simping for Reagan. Yes, please. No, nothing particularly new from Johnny Boy Doyle. Who hasn't Dave Rubin simped for? Anyone on the left. Or anyone who's actually a centrist. Hey there, Alex, how are you? So Dad of Boy is the Norse one. Is that the most recent God of War game? I feel like it is. At least that's the impression that I get. Damn, 90s music. Was that 90s or early noughties? It's recently been released on Steam, so I'm guessing it was a PlayStation exclusive before then. But now, everyone with a PC can play Dad of War. Yeah, we've got some content brewing. Oh, Critical Drinker has another entry on why modern movies suck. I won't make fun of him for being Scottish, but I will make fun of him for being a fucking moron. I'll try not to make fun of him for his alcoholism, because that's something that I'm still struggling with personally. Although he kind of dug himself a grave with that by, like, pinning his public persona on drinking. I don't know, maybe he just acts being drunk. Maybe he's actually quite sober when he makes his videos. So Renee, you didn't play it on PS4 because you didn't like your TV's resolution? My TV has better resolution than my computer. All of my monitors are 1080p. My TV is at least huge. I don't know whether or not it's technically 4K, it's just big. However, our PlayStation is so old that it sounds like a rocket engine struggling to take off. A little bit of the golden one. Oh. Sandra is real, alright. Real fucking scary. He's gonna get ya. Look, that about boils down to most of his complaints, Sakura, but this next video is going to be out about the soft reboot, which is, you know, when a film franchise reboots but is technically a sequel and contains nods and tie-ins to the original series to appease OG fans, or attempt to appease OG fans, I should say. Okay, we've got a nice list of videos here now. Fantastic. Yeah, possibly the 2009 Star Trek, because that did some weird things with continuity to make it technically, you know, a part of the main thing while allowing it to do a timeline thing. I think the latest Ghostbusters might fall under that, though I haven't seen it. And the latest Ghostbusters, a number of the chuds are like, yeah, this was good because women weren't the main characters, even though I think like a young girl was one of the main characters because it involved like child actors, but I've not seen it fully. All I've seen, well, I've not seen it. All I've seen is promotional clips. Ooh. So I normally get this all sorted through before I begin, but I was running a bit late and I wanted to get up and running as quickly as I could. But we've almost got our stuff. Now, I heard that Joe Rogan got dragged through the coals over some COVID stuff, but I don't think he's actually put a clip of that. Yeah, I think it's Adam Curry that he was talking to, but neither of the Adam Curry clips he's got up are the right ones. Oh well. Has he done anything since the horsey paste? Just whinging about stuff. You know how Rogan be. Spreading shit health advice to his vulnerable audience. So I've got good and bad news. Coach Red Pill has re-uploaded his backlog on a secondary channel. So unfortunately, it is available to the fuckwits. Fortunately, it is available to us. Pop culture is heroin. Smart guys are cowards. The Great German Experiment. Women's kryptonite. Coach Red Pill, who I suspect is in his 40s at least, has a video up called Never Date a Girl Over 25, which, I don't know, date someone about your age is my advice. I would not be surprised if Rogan gave Tim Pool meds when Pool had COVID. That would be hilarious and on brand. Oh yeah. Look, if CRP didn't have kids, apparently I think he's got like at least 2 children. I would doubt that he had ever had sex, but Coach Red Pill somehow has 2 children. I'm like, I don't know, maybe don't date someone young enough to be your child. Might be a good rule of thumb, just in general. Like, I'm sure there are exceptions where it can be like a healthy, good, loving relationship, but just as a general rule. Let's have a little look-see. We're going to be continuing painting Mr. Cthulhu here tonight, so I've been having a lot of fun with this one. We may as well get ourselves kicking off, I guess. No reason not to. I don't know if Coach Red Pill currently has a partner, let alone a wife. Wait. One of my water pots is missing. I need to retrieve that from the kitchen. Oh, yes, sorry, Leo, I don't have any of the emoji extender Twitch plugins. I installed one of them that started doing weird stuff to my other functions, and I didn't know which it was, so I just uninstalled all of them, and then I could use Twitch again without it freaking out every time I clicked on the text entry box. There's a Cthulhu streaming service? Surely there can't be that much content for an entire cosmic horror streaming service. And look, Lovecraft documentaries can be interesting. There's a lot of stuff to cover there. A lot of racism to either dive into or avoid, depending on who's doing the stuff. The documentary, that's the word. Words, they have meanings, and I kind of understand them. So I need to quickly hop to my kitchen. I forgot to top up my water bottle and to get my paint water. So I'm going to do both of these things. Going to try not to mix them up. Don't drink paint water, kids. It is not good for you. But I'll leave you people with a bit of cool music, and I'll be right the fuck back. And Sakura, yes, 90 to 67, not that weird. So I guess there's a acceptable scale variance. And we're back. Here we are. Well, there can be age gaps that can work. Like when I was 19, I dated a 27-year-old, and that actually went quite well. Except that they were monogamous, I wasn't, and I fucked things up. I should have been monogamous for the entire duration of that relationship. I wasn't. I learned some things about fucking up and disappointing other people, but for the most part, that was actually quite a good, healthy relationship. And hello there, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. How you going? It's lovely to have you around. But like, someone in their 40s dating someone in their early 20s doesn't seem right. Like, I'm coming into my mid-30s, dating someone in their early 20s would... Like, there's such a gulf of life experience. Like, I've had the time to figure out what I want, what I need, how to communicate that to people. They generally haven't. So... there are people out there who can and do make sizable age gaps work, but having a rule like Coach Redpill seems to, of never dating anyone over 25, that's just fucking creepy. And it gets creepier the older he gets. So, Amazing Wolf Skeptic, I do think that, teenagers should be able to do things with other teenagers of the same kind of age as them. And having some sort of like Romeo and Juliet situation where, if you've got like a a 17-year-old dating a 16-year-old, and then the 17-year-old turns 18, they don't get arrested. I think that makes sense. So your brother was someone who's 12 years older, starting when they were 18. And you look, 12 years, as long as you're not know what neither of the parties are getting below the age of consent, like, it can work. But having a rule to only date really young people is fucking nope. It's a world of nope. Yeah, I agree with that, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. Grown-ass adults can generally consent, unless they've got, one of the particular categories of, mental conditions, or they're in a coma or something. They were together for 10 plus years. Hey, fuck, if it worked for them, I'm not gonna poo-poo it. Okay, let's get on to some fucking videos, shall we? Oh shit, I need to turn on my paint cam. Come on, paint camera. We can do this. I was leaving it off to let the battery charge a bit, because it does often run out by later in the stream, even though I've got it plugged in. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, a 29-year-old dating a 16-year-old. I cannot approve of that. I don't think it should be legally or ethically permissible. But no, so this was kicked off because one of the videos that Coach Red Pill has re-uploaded onto his channel is called "Why You Should Never Date a Woman Over 25." And I'm pretty certain that CRP's in his 40s at least, if not his 50s. Okay. Let's pause this up. We are going to return to one of our favorite warmer-uppers here on this channel. This is from Report from Tiger Mountain. The one and only Richard Wollstonecroft, pro-fascism organizer of the Melbourne Underground Film Festival, with a short video talking about the destruction of the family.
The destruction of the family, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about that tonight on the Report from Tiger Mountain, and how it plays into the COVID agenda, and how it plays into the idea of a big state. Stick around and listen. The destruction of the family, you will have noticed, has been a big thing that's gone on, really, probably as long as I've been alive. The nuclear family. It's been a slow creep over the years.
So the nuclear family is a relatively modern invention. Back in the day, there was the whole "it takes a village to raise a child," and you were part of a network of an extended family in a community. The attempt to destabilize the family unit, and you often wonder what is the point of that. But if you actually read your Karl Marx, which not many people do these days, He loves vaguely signaling towards, oh yes, no, I understand leftism better than so-called modern leftists do. It's all bullshit.
It is a main tenet of Marxism to destroy the family, because when you...
I haven't noticed that in my readings of Marx. Maybe I should go back and reread them closer, or maybe Tricky Dick here is just bullshitting us.
Destroy the family, you make the individual rely purely on the state, and I think you see that.
Except Marx never talked about making the individual rely on the state. He talked about collectively owning the means of production.
going on at the moment. You know, you see that all the time. And also, too, I mean, we've had a great kind of, period of, where young people have been brought up in single homes and dysfunctional families with, physical abuse or sexual abuse. You see all this.
So physical and sexual abuse exists within nuclear households. The main reason for nuclear households to start breaking up, a nuclear family being, a husband, a wife, and 2.2 children. What you're meant to do with 0.2 of a child, I don't know. But the main thing that caused the breakup of the nuclear family was no-fault divorce and allowing women to hold financial assets like bank accounts under their own names without their husband's permission. It turns out that a bunch of these traditional fathers were really fucking abusive, and as soon as women could get out from under their thumbs, they fucking did. So if you want to lay the destruction of the traditional family at anyone's feet, men who were being too fucking shitty.
Kind of stuff, and the point of that, it seems, is to make the individual rely more on the state. And you see it when you go out and you look at people doing the QR codes. You see people with the blue hair and the yellow hair. I mean, something clearly has gone wrong with these people to be so insane. And
wow, he's just cycling through the tropes, isn't he?
You see them go up to the QR code. It's like they're going up. It's like an act of worship, or they're going up to the good father they never had.
So he's referring to any non-Australians here. We've got QR codes that you use when you enter a venue or a shop. And then there's a system that will tell you if someone else who scanned in there tested positive for COVID, so you can monitor for symptoms.
Or the good.
I've never seen anyone going up to it with religious reverence or like it's a stand-in for a father. No, it's just a procedural thing that most people do so that they can get notifications that let them know they may have been exposed and they should monitor for symptoms.
Mother I never had, and they're like, oh, they're checking in and they're so excited. You know what I mean? This is, at a psychological level, this is how Marxism kind of operates. Because when
Marxism is when QR codes to help deal with a pandemic? What?
You have a dysfunctional family or bad families, people turn away from them and they turn to the state and they turn to leaders like Daniel Andrews who are going...
So I'm relatively Marxist. I'm Marxish, let's say. My family were perfectly fine. My parents didn't stay together, but they weren't abusive. They didn't fight. They raised me separately, raised me and my brother as, separate people in separate households, and we shared time between the two.
Going to basically tell them what to do for morning, noon, and night. So, this is at a psychological level how Marxist socialism kind of works and how this new totalitarianism has been able to actually kind of, really capture the hearts and minds of many people, because people have come from a society that has, for 50 years at least, as long as I've been alive, attempted to destroy the family. And I think, it's very interesting, and it is a main tenet of Marxism, so study your Marx.
It's not.
And, it creates people who are feeble, whose lives are meaningless, and who are looking to be dependent on something. So the state comes along and provides their life with meaning.
So people don't get a sense of meaning from using QR checking codes. They might get a slight sense of safety, knowing that there's a good chance that they'll get a heads-up warning. That people are tracking this stuff and taking care of it, but is he meshing together QR codes with the destruction of the family
and provides them with dictates? And I think that's what we're all about. So at the moment, obviously people who came from a strong family and have a kind of rebellious spirit or value their freedom, don't react well. People like myself don't react well to what's going on.
I'm sorry, but came from a strong family and have a rebellious spirit and value their freedom, isn't one of the things that a traditional strong family is meant to do is install obedience to authority figures? The strong traditional father figure and teaching you to obey authority and do what is right, such as use a fucking QR code to scan in, It's a bare goddamn minimum.
Obviously we are the enemy at the moment to this current agenda, and that's why we're speaking out. So, I just wanted to bring that up again. Have you thinking about it? Study your
Richard Wollstonecraft, you're an enemy to pretty much everyone who isn't white and conservative.
Marxism. Look at the tenets.
Like, this guy snuck Holocaust denialist films into the Melbourne Underground Film Festival and mislabeled them to try and get people to watch them.
That Karl Marx is interested in.
I see that you know your judo well.
Holy heck! Constababble, Raiders, welcome! I do see that you in fact know your judo well. Hello, Raiders. Hi, I'm RadHom, the Radical Hominid. I'm a lefty Australian political streamer and absolute fucking nerd. What did you get up to tonight there, Constababble? Let's give you a little shout out. SO at Constababble. Nope. There we go. Wonderful. Now I can go and make sure I'm giving them a follow. Oh, we need to... There, we meant to have some backing music. Fantastic. So we're just at the very, very end of the video here. We'll finish this up. You've come in for Manbaby Monday. We are going to be roundly mocking internet manbabies. And tonight's moustache and makeup theme is Robocop. Hang on a second.
You have the right to be impressed.
There we go. So every time viewers fill up the survival fund, whoever gets that final donation gets to choose a theme or style for my moustache and makeup for the next stream.
Gentlemen, this is...
Assumed I was doing a very late Santa. Mr. Hemmel, thank you very much for manifesting some democracy and gifting a tier 1 sub to Constababble. Ooh. So you're doing science communication stuff. So talking about Don't Look Up and climate change. I actually really enjoyed Don't Look Up. I found it to be like a dark satire that's like too close to reality to be entirely comfortable, and had like a lot more subtlety, nuance, and just straight up bleakness than I think a lot of American audiences are really used to. I loved it. Really enjoyed. I can understand people's criticisms of it, but I don't share them. Or at least not all of them. Ooh. Bash Johnson, thank you very much for that raid there.
I see that you know your
I see that you know your judo well. What did you get up to with it there, Bash? Oh, and we've got an Urus McProll coming in with the Bash raid. Mr. Hamill, thank you for getting Radbot a tier 1 sub. Radbot is our bot. It's not programmed to use any emotes at the moment. But thank you for gifting a sub to our bot. I'm sure it's very chuffed. So let's just finish up this little video here of Richard Wollstonecraft having a good old whinge about the destruction of the family and how it's all a Marxist agenda that ties into COVID.
Bringing in, Marxism itself says it wishes to help people, but it doesn't help anybody. It just makes everybody miserable. It's what Wyndham Lewis called the dread leveler. It brings everybody down to a...
So what he's describing there is authoritarian communism. Authoritarian communism is fucking shit and is a contradiction of terms, because communism is when the workers own the means of production, own and control the means of production, and the workers can't own and control the means of production if the means of production are being owned and controlled by a centralized state that claims to be in for the workers but isn't actually.
A level of misery apart from the small elite, which is the Marxist leadership, and they're the only people who do well or have any kind of freedom or power. So,
Look, it's a salient criticism of Stalinism and of how Mao did shit, but not of Marx, because Marx never argued for that.
It's a terrible situation. It's a ruthless system of power, and it should be rejected at all levels. And I think it should definitely be rejected the way they attack the family. So if you want to upset the left-wingers of...
And of course, we've got QR codes here in New South Wales for people to scan into when they enter various kinds of businesses and establishments. So obviously our right-wing government here in New South Wales has been pushing their Marxist agenda.
Today, be a traditionalist, have traditional values and be interested in the traditional family, because that's a definite fuck you to them. And that's exactly what we should be doing. Thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen. That's the report from Tiger Mountain. Cheers.
Conservatives, fash-leaning conservatives trying to rebrand themselves as being some kind of fuck the man counterculture is goddamn hilarious. I can understand why they're doing it, because the cultural zeitgeist has moved so far on from their positions. But it's ridiculous. I'm also amazed by how much bullshit he managed to cram into a mere 3 3/4 minutes. And Constababble, enjoy your solid nutrient matter, and I am going to have an amazing Manbaby Monday, especially with your lovely community that has come on in. And new raiders, it is fucking amazing to have you here, or new viewers, I should say. I will give you a few little bits of info. So I already mentioned when the survival fund fills up, whoever fills it up gets to choose my style that I have to attempt for the next stream. Whenever we hit a get to at least a tier 2 raid, chat gets, not raid, tier 2 hype train, that's the term. Chat gets to determine what they would like the stream's custom sponsor to be. You will see in the channel point rewards that there is a random prior custom sponsor. We've got a bit of a hit list of the random sponsors, including things like The Void, Drop Bears, Muscle Waifus. So if you want to see me have to plug random bullshit and make stuff up on the spot, there is a good way to get me to do it. All you have to do is hit that follow button and you'll start earning some CVITs. We also have follower emotes, so if you hit that follow button, you'll be able to join in with the rest of the chat on using some of our funky emotes. The people who subscribe, of course, get upgraded zoomed-in versions to use on various places. And hey, Hira Sakura has just redeemed custom random prior sponsor. So let's pull up this sponsorship hit list and head on over to have a little look-see. Here I'm going to have to pull up my dice roller, which is that there. Jump through to face and pocket. Here we are, it's loading. It's going to go bright green. Oh, there we go. So we want a D10. 6. Ooh. I like number 6. But I'm going to leave you in suspense until we begin this custom random prior sponsor. And for this one, let's go spooky. They lurk at the bottom of the deepest seas, in the voids between the stars, within your very nightmares. They defy physics, and they are fucking adorable. Oh yes, writhing masses of cute tendrils, woven at impossible angles, strange fae that break the mind and sing in pure concepts. They are the eldritch cuties, coming from the realms between and beyond. They are waiting for you to date, waiting to break your brain and body in delectable ways. The eldritch cuties are speaking through me, and they have a message for all of chat, for everyone who is listening now and into eternity. They have such sights to show you, such pleasures that you could never comprehend, and they look forward to breaking your brain with their love. Embrace an eldritch cutie today. They are waiting in the dimensions that are beyond what you can see. Close your eyes. Move, not forward or back or up or down, but in that other cardinal direction that you just can't quite put your finger on, and feel their embrace. The delicious, the delectable, the despair-inducing. The eldritch cuties are here for all of us. Now, the true sponsors of this stream, of course, are all of you. All of the new people who just came in from just came in with the raid, to all of the regulars, to everyone who chats, to everyone who lurks, you are the real reasons that these streams happen. It is thanks to you, every single fucking one of you. Oh, and we've got to play with your orbs. Don't worry, it's safe for work, folks. You really are getting the full display of some of the random shit that I like to get up to here on this channel. Where's my zoom function? So you might see in the background a collection of orbs. These orbs are not just for pondering. Oh no. These orbs are also for manipulation. Here we are. But as I was saying, the real sponsors of these streams are all of you. Whether or not you can throw money at me, you are a sponsor. By giving your eyeballs and your time, by telling friends who you think might enjoy these streams, or getting other streamers to raid on in. Each and every single one of you is a sponsor, though extra special thanks to everyone who can help to fill up my survival fund. It really does go towards my survival. To everyone who can grab or gift a sub or cheer some bits to help us to say 1312, because all cats are indeed beautiful. Oh yes, Urist, who needs their Orbussy ponderate? I do. I need to ponder my Orbussies all the time. And notes from Krautland. I am glad you enjoy contact juggling. One of the contact jugglers who was an inspiration to me early on, I think, is German. Mr. Om. I know Fricks is German. Clockwork Norse. Ooh, that's an interesting mental image. I want to see artwork of Clockwork Norse people. Norse steampunk. Now that would be fun. Or Norse clockpunk, I guess. Yeah, Fricks was definitely German. She lived in Australia for a while. Or was it Anna? Fricks and Anna were together, and they were both together with Mr. Om, and they produced a number of shows together. No, Anna was from somewhere in Australia, beginning with W. Woi Woi Wollongong, can't quite remember. And Fricks was her German partner. The Labyrinth. So that was Michael Motion, a Canadian, who is the creator of modern contact juggling. As far as I can tell, he's the first person to use the clear, crystal-style balls. He used glass. Most modern contact jugglers use acrylic. It's a bit lighter, so we can do it with larger orbs. He was a very good performer, but also a complete wanker who didn't want anyone else doing the skill. Ooh, Viking air raids. Yeah, that's terrifying. Though I'd like, you know, clockwork, like clockwork-driven longboats with like steampunk Vikings working the oars, and yeah, that'd be very cool. And look, Odin was like a god of knowledge, or still is. He is still worshipped. So kind of clockpunk and steampunk would totally fall within his domain. Who have we got up next? Yeah, we were talking about him before. Oh, we've got too many fucking options. Okay, why modern movies suck? Yep, let's go Critical Drinker. Oh shit. Summon hot take on carbs. There's a list of characters in there for the hot take, Rise of Mages. What character do you want? If you click on summon hot take again, it should give you the full list. Otherwise I can summon it up myself and look into it. And look into it. Oh. And look into it. Oh. There we are, pause that. I just went through to Constabable's thing. I am following Constabable, that is good. So it has... Nope, Rise of Mages hasn't... Oh, the Kink Pope. Okay. Pope Sensuous the First of the Great Church of Sin. Let's fucking do this. God, I'm gonna need to search for some music for this. Okay, I'm just trying something with the sexy tab. Yeah, let's go for epic and sexy. Nah. Let's go for that one. Okay. We'll put on some regular background music for a moment. Just while I get my Pope hat. Bash Johnson? Yes, I do know where Bathurst in New South Wales is. In fact, I went to uni out in Bathurst. Although, RadHom is about to vanish. And summoning instead. Fuck, I'm gonna have to zoom the shit out of this. This is a big hat. Here we are. Pause that music.
Ah, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
I am Pope Sensuous III of the Great Church of Sin, and I have come to deliver you a message about carbs. You may have heard that carbs are the enemy, but no. Carbs are delicious, delectable, and do you know what carbohydrates do? They bring you energy. Energy with which to fuck. Energy with which to engage and indulge in your pleasures, to dive deep into delicious and glorious sin. Come on in, raiders, shark folk. You have come in on a summoned hot take. We are talking about carbs, the delicious and beautiful carbohydrates. Oh, yes. You may have heard that they are evil, that they are the devil, that carbohydrates just wish to bring you down, but no. They are here to bring you joy, to add fuel to your furnace, to make your chakras glow. The greatest chakra of all, especially the base chakra or root chakra from which the Kundalini unwinds. Yes. Come and join us in this imbibing of the delicious carbohydrates. And if anyone tries to tell you that carbs are evil, tell them that you embrace this evil, because this evil is the best and most delicious evil that you can enjoy. Carbohydrates aren't just carbohydrates either. They come in two varieties, the complex and the simple. Yes, my flock. You must take both kinds of carbohydrate into your body. The wheat and the sweet, combined together into the sacred donut. Sin isn't just about sex. It's about embracing the pleasures of the flesh and the mind and letting yourself grow within their glory. Yes, that is right. Engage and indulge in your sins and you will be stronger. You will be stronger for the consumption of carbohydrates. So say I, Pope Sensuous I of the Great Church of Sin. There we go. Oop. Hot take, summoned, and fucked off. Go back to our regular music. That one will do. And we can zoom the fuck in. And hello, Shark Raiders! Welcome! To those of you who don't know me yet, hi, I'm RadHom. I am an Australian leftist streamer. I am also a complete and utter fucking nerd. I paint miniatures while covering political videos. Today, this is a model of Cthulhu that I've been working on. He has been a lot of fun to paint, so much texture to get into, which I'm really enjoying. And we are doing today Manbaby Monday. All of the internet's finest and most delectable manbabies dissected for your viewing pleasure. Thank you very much, Cross Crescent Creed. This look, by the way, is my RoboCop look, because I will remind you,
You have the right to be awesome. You have the right to be fantastic. You have the right to try not to die.
So every time the survival fund gets filled up, whoever caps off the survival fund gets to choose what the theme and color of my moustache and makeup is for the next stream. Darth Tantrum. Who is Darth Tantrum? Notes from Krotland. And Sharky, if you are still around, how did your stream go and what did you get up to? I hope you had a fantastic time. If Sharky had to run off, that is perfectly fine. Oh, Darth Tantrum from the new movies. Yes, he is certainly a character. I actually kind of enjoyed him. He was a good exploration of the alt-right, because, you know, he was someone who was cosplaying at being a Nazi until he could start to be a Nazi. Dystron, yes, this is a lot of silver. Silver moustache, silver beard, silver eye makeup, the whole fucking shebang. And I'm sorry about the red eyes, this just happens to my eyes sometimes. I am not baked. If I was baked, I would be much more incoherent. And as an Australian on the internet, I have never had a marijuanas. I hear that injecting them is lethal, and they scare me. So right now, we are going to check out The Critical Drinker. With his new series, Why Modern Movies Suck, this particular one is the soft reboot. Take it away, you Scottish arsehole.
One of the things that's become increasingly obvious in my time as a film critic is that when it comes to mainstream movies, we're pretty much living in a post-creativity world now, a time when it's considered easier and safer to just rehash previously successful ideas and formulas.
Yeah, one of the problems with capitalism is people only want, producers often only want to do safe investments. It sucks.
Rather than risk coming up with something new and original. I've talked before about the endless remakes and reboots that Hollywood's been churning out for the past 10 years, apparently oblivious to the fact that about 90% of them fail, but one of the more insidious...
Except 90% of them don't fail. The shitty thing is, they're churning out remakes and reboots because that's what people go and see more than new franchises. I want to see more new franchises being explored, but that's what, a lot of audiences want to go back and see things that have brand recognition.
Insidious concepts to creep into modern cinema is the idea of the soft reboots. Now, don't get me wrong, I can totally understand why they're a thing. See, Hollywood isn't quite as dumb as you might think when it comes to finding...
The new Star Wars films weren't a soft reboot, though. They were just a straight-up sequel.
New and inventive ways to squeeze money out of tired old
Surely he's not going to complain about Dune.
franchises. They know that producing direct sequels becomes increasingly difficult over time because every sequel comes with the unspoken expectation that you'll move the story and characters forward somehow, building on what came before and breaking new ground in some way. And if you're a dumb...
The new Star Wars films, absolutely fucking did. I mean, just because the reactionaries didn't like that Luke had become Jade and didn't want to be a Jedi anymore, doesn't mean that it wasn't a logical bit of character progression.
If I'm as fuck screenwriter without an ounce of creativity or original ideas, then this is like garlic to a fucking vampire. A full-on remake, on the other hand, comes with its own set of problems, because not only does it invite unflattering comparisons to the original, but it also means launching your new movie without those all-important cameos from the original.
Soft reboots have become so ubiquitous that the new Scream movie is a soft reboot that makes fun of the idea of soft reboots.
Original cast, which is one of the few things still guaranteed to get arses on seats. The solution? Combine the best elements.
Now, Ghostbusters 2016 was a hard reboot, not a soft reboot, because it didn't contain any of the original characters or continuity.
Of both ideas into one grift to rule them all, the soft reboots. So how exactly does it work? Well, after thinking it over while taking a shit earlier, I believe I've identified the 5 key elements of a soft...
One thing that I do appreciate about Critical Drinker is he is a lot more honest about how shit and low effort the ideas he espouses are than your standard conservative commentator.
Reboots. 1. Find an old franchise. Ideally, a soft reboot should target a franchise that's at least a couple of decades old and hasn't seen any significant activity for quite some time. This increases the demand and excitement for new installments and allows our collective memory of past events to fade, which facilitates... Number 2. Loose continuity. It's going to be marketed as a conventional sequel, acknowledging the characters and events of previous movies, but leaving the continuity vague enough that the writers can safely ignore anything which contradicts their new film. Number 3.
I didn't get the impression of that from watching the new Star Wars films. Because they took a lot of the old characters and themes and, yeah, worked them in new ways and introduced new characters, but that's kind of the nature of Star Wars.
Nostalgia. It's likely to include lots of callbacks, in-jokes and references to...
I'm talking about the BEM Ghostbusters. That was the 2016 one. I haven't seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, but I've heard that that is more of a soft reboot. But it's a soft reboot that the chuds like. I think that Critical Drinker made a video in praise of Ghostbusters Afterlife, because that does continue on the old continuity, but with like a new set of characters for the most part.
To past events, because nostalgia has become the new sex appeal. It sells tickets. Boobs are still better though. Number 4, cameos.
So when you combine nostalgia and boobs, oh baby.
It'll include at least one appearance from a legacy character, again for nostalgia purposes, and to get...
Again, the new Star Wars didn't have one appearance from a legacy character. It had legacy characters woven right the way through it.
Give the film a sense of legitimacy that it may or may not deserve. Number 5, sequel bait. Ultimately, the point of a soft reboot is to pass the torch to a new generation of younger, cooler, and most importantly of all, cheaper actors who can carry the franchise for the next decade.
So, a lot of actors who've been involved in a franchise for a while get to a stage where they don't want to be in that franchise anymore. So, as a filmmaker, what do? You pass on the torch to a new generation of actors.
So the ending...
Thank you very much for the follow there, Warp Scanner. Ooh, Warp Scanner. Are you a 40k nerd?
Is likely to be as open as possible, paving the way for possible sequels, spin-offs and TV shows. Basically, the goal here is to launch the next MCU. Now this all sounds fair enough, right? After all, it's what movies do these days. But peel back this innocuous veneer and...
Like, James Bond has been doing soft reboots since, what, the 1970s? Like, each time they introduce a new Bond is kind of a soft reboot, you know? So it's just a username Warp Scanner? You do like Warhammer, though? That is fair.
And you'll find the rotten core that lies beneath. Because the more you think about the actual plot, the more you'll probably realise that it's nothing but a tired rehash of the same fucking story that already got told decades earlier. A remake and sequels
But the people who were complaining about, like, he's used the most recent Star Wars trilogy a bunch of times in the footage here, and the people complaining about the recent Star Wars trilogy were mostly complaining that it was too different from the old films and that it wasn't just rehashing what the old films did.
clothing, if you will. You want some...
Now, the J.J. Abrams Star Trek films were absolutely a soft reboot. They even did, like, a complicated time travel thing to tie it in as a branch of the standard continuity.
Examples? Well, how about Jurassic World, which takes place a couple of decades after the events of Jurassic Park, and even uses the original buildings, vehicles, and equipment to milk those bloated nostalgia teats. But really,
I actually haven't seen Jurassic World.
what does it do except tell the same fucking story all over again? Both movies focus on the theme of science going too far by resurrecting long dead and extremely dangerous animals, and humanity's flawed belief that they can control them.
The book was better. It was a lot more explicit. It wasn't just about science has gone too far. It was about capitalist greed and the cutting of corners results in catastrophe, and the catastrophes that arise in complex systems are often difficult to predict. It had this whole thing about chaos theory built within it. The book was actually really good.
Both centre around a futuristic theme park that promises great things but ultimately turns into a nightmare when things get out of control. Both feature an idealistic park owner blinded by his own lofty dreams, a shady subordinate with his own agenda, a pair of young siblings thrust into a survival situation, a male and female lead with a romantic attraction who have to rescue them, raptors for some tight claustrophobic chase scenes, and a big scary monster dinosaur to act as the final boss. Jurassic World is, for all intents and purposes, a carbon copy of the original script, only with most of the intelligent themes and ideas chopped out to make way for goofy humour, character threads that go nowhere, and meta-references to the declining quality of sequels.
Bigger. Scarier? Cooler, I believe is the word that you used in your memo.
It's a textbook example of a soft reboot that's inferior to the original in every way possible, but it doesn't end there, dear viewer. Oh no, there's much worse to come. Like Star Wars The Force Awakens, which is set about 30 years after the events of A New Hope, and again tries to walk that fine line.
Yeah, I wouldn't call the Force Awakens trilogy a soft reboot. I would just call it a sequel that has mostly new characters. It continues the continuity in the story.
Between exploiting the original events and characters.
Crandall's, if you read the original Jurassic Park novel, it is explicitly about capitalism. And like the cutting of corners for safety in order to get a viable product to market is one of the main things that caused everything to fuck up. Like, is it Michael Crichton who wrote it? Was not subtle about his critiques of capitalism in that book. Like, at all. It's textual, not something I'm reading between the lines.
Characters for nostalgia purposes, while simultaneously hoping you'll forget them just enough that they can get away with telling the same fucking story all over again. Both films feature a young orphan living a simple life on a remote desert planet, only to get swept up in a grand space adventure when they...
So, Star Wars has always used, like, parallels with how it constructs its narratives, and it has always, like, used the narratives it's constructing to subvert your expectations in some way, to play against what you were expecting. And from that perspective, the latest Star Wars trilogy was actually bang on as a Star Wars movie. Well, as a trio of Star Wars movies.
They rescue a droid carrying important information that the antagonists are desperate to recover. Both feature a masked antagonist with a red lightsaber and formidable force abilities, and his sinister master pulling the strings behind the scenes. Both feature an evil
Kind of, so did the prequel trilogy?
empire bent on galactic domination with a planet-killing superweapon that has to be destroyed in the climactic space battle. And that's not even counting all the stuff that's just been blatantly copied over to cynically exploit fan nostalgia. Like X-Wings, because they're cool, right? Or the Millennium Falcon, or
All of these things are cool, and fans do like them.
Chewbacca, or Star Destroyers, or Han Solo, or Princess Leia, or Anakin's lightsaber, which shows up here without any real explanation. The Force Awakens is perhaps the ultimate example of how easy it is to pull the wool over people's eyes, an utterly safe and predictable rehash of a previously successful story with flashy new special effects, and just enough characters, references and callbacks to the original to convince longtime fans that this movie is somehow on their side. It's
Mate, filmmakers aren't in a war with longtime fans. I don't understand how chuds... Actually, I do. Chuds get to this conclusion because modern films, especially like modern continuations and reboots and soft reboots of old franchises, tend to be a little bit more diverse than the old ones were. Because it's more realistic, and because it gets better market share.
It truly is a work of retarded genius from one of Hollywood's most successful con men, and the real problem is that it paved the way for even worse things to come. See, the thing that Jurassic World and Force Awakens have in common is that they were both massively successful. These two movies made obscene amounts of money, and this success at the box office sent...
Sorry, wasn't he saying before that people hate and reject these things, but now they're massively successful, and that's bad.
Shockwaves through the noble town of Hollywood, convincing executives everywhere that soft reboots of old franchises were a quick and easy way to make bank. Which is why we ended up with fucking garbage like Terminator Dark Fate, which accomplished in its first 5 minutes what no actual Terminator had managed to do in more than 30 years, killing off the character whose survival was central to the entire point of the series. It also retconned.
So Terminator is a time travel series that is continually rewriting its own meta-narrative from film to film because things get changed in the time stream. Like that's part of the point, is that things can be changed and tweaked and altered.
Terminator 3, Salvation and Genesis out of existence and set up its own new continuity, which was basically the exact same story as before. Once again, an AI in the near future becomes self-aware and launches an apocalyptic war against humanity, killing billions and turning the world into an irradiated wasteland, until a lone warrior unites the scattered fragments of mankind to strike back at them. Once again, the machines on the verge of defeat are able to send a Terminator back in time to kill this future savior of humanity before.
Which is the plot of Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator 3.
They can become a threat. And once again, a lone soldier is sent back by the human resistance to act as a protector. But it's totally different this time, you see, because now they're both girls. And because nostalgia is basically the only asset we have to.
Now, if they were muscly, manly muscle men, he probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with it.
Work with now, a couple of old characters show up in a totally unrelated subplot that fits into the main narrative about as comfortably as an intersectional feminist at a Dave Chappelle gig. If Force Awakens and Jurassic World
Ooh, topical.
showed how financially successful the concept of a soft reboot could be, then Dark Fate is a perfect example of how fucking badly it can go wrong. But the thing is, even
there are successful things that he calls soft reboots. There are unsuccessful things that he calls soft reboots. Maybe it's almost like whether or not something is a soft reboot doesn't actually determine whether or not it's a good film. Maybe there's things like script writing and performance and production that have a much, much heavier influence on this stuff.
Even spectacular failures like this weren't enough to derail the concept, which is why we ended up with Ghostbusters Afterlife. Now, don't get me wrong, it was definitely a big step up from the disaster of Ghostbusters 2016, and I think for the most part it was a well-intentioned film, but I was also probably more forgiving towards it in my review than it really deserved, because really it has all the hallmarks of a soft reboot, coupled with absolutely shameless nostalgia baiting. Remember Gozer? Remember the Hellhounds? Remember the Keymaster and the Gatekeeper? Remember?
Yeah, it's like nostalgia sells, and under this capitalist system that only really rewards things that sell, studios are encouraged to dredge up old franchises and put them through the nostalgia mill. That's a problem with capitalism in action.
Remember the Proton Packs? Remember the Ecto-1? Remember the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Remember the PKE meter? Remember the traps? Damn man, they even have the original Ghostbusters show up in the finale with absolutely no explanation for how they got here, why they're wearing their original uniforms, or where they found spare Proton Packs from. It's difficult to sum up the thinking behind this kind of writing, but helpfully enough, Red Letter Media did it for me.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.
And I think ultimately that.
So many of these reactionaries are so close to like managing a salient critique of capitalism, but they misunderstand what's going on, and they go, no, the problem isn't the capitalist motivations to just do safe things all the time because it's more likely to get them money. No. The problem is wokeness. The problem is the SJWs trying to infect and corrupt our beloved franchises.
That mantra pretty much sums up the rationale behind soft reboots. It's the same kind of mentality that expects people to spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars to upgrade to the latest shiny glass rectangle, which is functionally and visually almost identical to the shiny glass rectangle they bought 12 months earlier.
Again, this is so close to being a salient critique of capitalism and commodity fetishism.
But hey, I guess there's a sucker born every minute. You're not really meant to question how the same exact events keep playing out in the same narrative universes without anyone noticing it. You're not meant to question.
So, again, the Force Awakens didn't have the same exact events. It followed an archetypal hero's journey and then subverted some things, like Star Wars tends to do.
Why existing characters get turned into completely different people to service their roles in the rebooted narrative.
I'm sorry, is the complaint that these are exactly the same, or that they're too different? He's making both of these complaints at the same fucking time.
You're not meant to question how wildly implausible and downright ridiculous it is for so many artifacts from previous adventures to conveniently show up again. And you're definitely not meant to question how cheap and hollow and manipulative it all is. It's the writing equivalent of wanting to have your cake and eat it, shamelessly milking and exploiting the very thing you're shitting all over by retelling the same stories again and again. And the result is a kind of depressing stagnation in pop culture, a loss of confidence in our own creativity, and an increasing tendency to look back instead of forward.
Now this I agree with. Yeah, there are, like, shit elements to a pop culture industry that is only going after the sure thing and isn't generally willing to take new risks. However, when new risks, are taken, these are the people who will be at the forefront, people like Critical Drinker, who will be at the forefront of shitting on those new risks because they tend to be a bit more diverse than the old media that they have convinced themselves is unassailably good.
Be honest here, how many songs nowadays are just a remix of some dance track from 10 or 20 years ago? How many kids' TV shows are just repackaged versions of the same stuff that my generation were watching as kids? How many...
I'm not that on top of, like, kids' TV these days, but there's been a whole bunch of good original stuff. Stuff like, Gravity Falls was fucking amazing. I've heard really good things about The Owl House. I loved Steven Universe. And even, like, a number of the things that are straight-up reboots, like the Netflix She-Ra series, were actually quite good and took the franchise in new and interesting directions.
Movies today are reboots, remakes, reimaginings, or soft reboots of stuff that's already been done before and done better. I guess...
So Krautland, I partially agree with you. Diversity for diversity's sake, if you're making a film or a franchise just to have a diverse cast, it's probably not going to be good because you're not focusing on, the script and all of that. You're not focusing on the things that actually make it an interesting and engaging story. You're just focusing on having a diverse cast. However, I don't think that that's a majority of quote-unquote diversity-related high diversity-related content out there. And Aaron Dembski Bowden put it best, to paraphrase him. He's an author who writes for the Black Library, and so Warhammer / Games Workshop's book publishing arm. He came to the realization that there was something untrue and uncanny about his books that wasn't gelling with him. And then he realized that it was a lack of female characters. And then he brought in more female characters, not because it was the woke thing to do, but because it makes his stories more realistic when they represent a wider range of humanity. Not everyone is white. Not all of my friends are white. Fuck, most of my friends aren't straight. It seems like about 30% of the friends I have IRL are some flavor of trans. When these people are explicitly excluded just to have white straight men and maybe some token women thrown into the plot to act as love interests, it actually breaks my immersion. It is so fucking unrealistic.
I guess what I'm saying here is that while it's good to honour the past, sometimes the best way to do that is just to leave it the fuck alone and move forward on your own merits. If you actually give a shit about storytelling, then you should be creative and talented enough to tell your own stories. Stop using the past as a crutch to support your own mediocre work today.
Now, I think there's room for both. I think we should have, new, fresh stories that haven't been told before. But I also don't think it's intrinsically bad to do new takes on old narratives and settings.
Make new things, invent new worlds and characters, strike out in new directions, be willing to take risks and face criticism and failure. That's what makes great stories and great people. And well, I think we could do with both of those things more than ever.
So, like, the new Star Wars films absolutely took risks, and I think a lot of them paid off. Having, you know, the logical step of Luke being really disaffected with the Jedi Order and realizing just how fucking awful and toxic it was, and, you know, deciding to live life as a hermit and rejecting all of their teachings, which, let's face it, led to his father becoming Darth Vader and murdering a bunch of fucking children, and ended up with him, like, having to battle against his father to try and restore balance, that had Yoda actively telling Luke to ignore his interpersonal connections, him realizing that that was a bunch of toxic bullshit that he didn't want to buy into, was a daring move and a good one.
For now. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
And there we have it. The Critical Drinker. And these people get so close to salient critiques of capitalism. So fucking close, but they always stop.
Stolen
just before they get to it, you know? It's like... So a lot of the best, like, really good Australian films and series are made with effectively government sponsorship. So we've got an organisation here in Australia called Screen Australia that provides funding and grants to independent films and television series, and a bunch of really interesting things get made. I think Wormwood, Road of the Dead received their funding through this. If you haven't seen Wormwood, Road of the Dead, it's fucking amazing. You absolutely should. But also things like Clever Man was made with Screen Australia funding. Another really, really good series. Clever Man is like an Indigenous Australian superhero story. Unfortunately, they only got 2 seasons, but it was a cracking yarn. A really fucking good tale. Actually, I'm going to pull up the trailer for Wormwood Road of the Dead, because you have to watch this film if you haven't already. It is so fucking quintessentially Australian. Also, one of the only, like, internationally successful films that I've seen that really gets the Australian patter and dialogue down pat. Dr. Goblin has seen the sequel for Wormwood Road of the Dead, and apparently it's really good as well. It's even better, apparently.
And they've left it open for a third.
Ooh, they've left it open for a third one too. Yeah, we might have a look at that as well. Okay. So this here, trailer for Wormwood Road of the Dead.
All we know is there is something in the air that's changing people.
I need you to get me to Bulla Bulla.
Why? You're getting sister.
You get to see what the adults do after dark.
Oi! Can we come inside? There's zombies everywhere!
Yeah, okay.
She can control zombies!
We need fuel.
There's no way that could work.
There's one way to find out. We need to armor up. Big time.
Ready?
Born ready.
Come on! Come and get it!
The medical box.
Open it! Oh, beers! You want a beer, Frank?
What do you reckon? Tell me where she is.
This truck runs on zombies. No zombies, no track.
It's about the survival of the human race, mate. Hold on! Come on, you zombie!
You want a zombie? I'll get you a zombie. What?
Round him or through him? Through him.
Dystron, I have seen the first season of Infinity Train. It was fantastic. But yeah, Wormwood Road of the Dead. You should absolutely go and watch it. It is fantastic. And look, just while we're on zombie trailers, I have not seen this yet, but here we are. Yep, so this is Indigenous Vampire Hunters. So Indigenous Australian Vampire Hunters. It looks fantastic. Set in Cooper Pedy with the labels filed off. Fuck out of that series. It looks so much fun. Vampire bites zombie. What happens? It depends on the kind of vampire and the kind of zombie. Most zombies are dead, and vampirism generally requires someone who is alive to work on. And there's like often the reciprocity of blood, so the person has to drink of the vampire's blood to become a vampire. Otherwise, everyone a vampire fed on would become a vampire, and it would be a exponentially spreading plague of vampirism. Now the rage zombies in 28 Days Later, they're not actually dead, they're just infected with the rage virus. So those could potentially become vampires. Depends on the universe as well, yeah. Oh, is it virgins that become vampires in Hellsing? Hellsing's a bit of fun. Right, we've gone through having a look at some of those splendid little whatnots. Let's jump back into our main programming again. Oh, we had a redeem of a small stretch a little while ago, so let's just take a bit of a stretch. Oh, lovely. So Hellsing Abridged is really, really good. Dystron, yeah, I reckon the rage zombies in 28 Days Later would become rage vampires because they'd still be infected by the virus, unless it's a strain of vampirism that destroys like viruses and diseases that exist within the person's system, which some strains of vampirism do. Yeah, there's definitely some yikesy stuff in Hellsing. That's anime for you, though. So, Coach Red Pill recently nuked his channel and deleted all of his old videos and put up a video saying why men should leave the West because it's being taken over by woke communist fascists who want people to be safe from COVID. But I was despairing. I thought that the internet was no longer going to have access to Coach Red Pill's old videos. Luckily for us, and unfortunately for the human race, he has started re-uploading them to the CRP archive. So this is one of his older videos that he has just re-uploaded earlier this month, called Women's Kryptonite. So let's find out together what the kryptonite of women is. Let's take some bets in the chat. What is it going to be? Is it going to be marriage? Is it going to be emotional honesty? Is it going to be childbearing? What does Coach Red Pill think the kryptonite of women is? No, chocolate gives women extra powers. Well, it gives anyone who suffers from periods extra powers. Chocolate does, I've heard, can do good things for period.
Now, last week I did a video that...
We've got babies, shopping, lack of attention, diamonds. Ooh, diamonds as women's kryptonite. You know, Coach Red Pill is sexist enough that he might actually think that.
mentioned something about women's kryptonite. The thing that really... women's kryptonite. The substance...
Oh, he's color graded the entire video green. So maybe he is women's kryptonite. Actually, I would believe that. misogynist asshole who has wet dreams about taking, like, all of the rights and power away from women, seeing himself as women's kryptonite? Yep. He is a pro-Trumpist, amazing wolf skeptic.
The thing that can really wreck a woman and that can totally put her in the palm of your hand. And a lot of people...
Oh, okay, so this is his secret to controlling them. Okay, I wasn't seeing that direction.
People wanted me to talk more about it. So, okay, fair enough. Here it is. Have you noticed how there are some people who can manipulate women and get them to do whatsoever the hell they want? I mean, like that, you know? Just tell them to do this, do that, and the girls, these gorgeous women, do it, right? I mean...
Generally, the women who are susceptible to that, or the people who are susceptible to that, it happens on both main sides of the gender spectrum, to NBs as well. The people who are susceptible to that are people with low self-esteem, who've gone through abuse, who've been broken down, and then are reconstructed to obey others.
Look at Charles Manson, right? The Manson family. Charles Manson was this short, weird little guy, and he had...
Lexibat, thank you. I'm glad you like the look. Today is... this is my Robocop look.
I am Robocop, or at least a modern fashion version thereof.
Okay, let's jump back in.
Had objectively a bunch of hot young things who were basically his sex slaves, right? And there's like some recent...
So Manson was a cult leader who led to the death of a bunch of people.
Scandal going on, I forget, I mean, like a whole bunch of shit going down of like some random guy who seemed like a fucking dweeb who had like a bunch of sex slaves and got them branded with his initials and shit like that.
That happened up in Canada, didn't it? Was he a musician? I heard there was like some underage stuff involved in that too.
And they were happy to do so, you know? And you ask yourself, you know...
So I think Manson convinced other people to do the murdering and mostly kept his hands clean.
How is this possible? How do these guys, you know, these objectively awful guys...
Area, thank you very much for the follow. Area Munganda, lovely username.
Guys, ugly guys, short guys, pathetic guys, losers, no money, no nothing, and yet they get this hot trim. How did they do it?
You too can be like Charles Manson and creepy cult leaders just by following Coach Red Pill's advice. They did it, I'm guessing, largely by finding people with low self-esteem, by abusing them, by breaking them down psychologically, and making them form emotional attachments, seeing their own sense of self-worth as being tied to acceptance and praise from their abusers.
Very simple. They used women's kryptonite. Ask yourself, what drives a woman? From an evolutionary perspective, what is essential for a woman? What's essential for a woman is the good opinion of her social milieu.
So EvoPsych is fucking bullshit and doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny.
That's essential for her. Because, see, a woman, as I've said countless times now...
Though, like, everyone, pretty much, craves, like, recognition and acceptance from their peers.
Right? She cares about what other people think, because what other people think determines her mating success. Not just her mating success, but the success of her offspring. A man's genetic legacy depends on his objective success, building an empire, making a shit ton of money. The more money he makes, the more sexual opportunity he's going to have. And
so there's a bunch of different strategies for an organism passing on their genes, and multiple strategies tend to exist within a single species. One of them is just promiscuity.
And be able to have more children. But a woman, what is she looking for? She's looking for, in a literal sense, social security. She wants security based on a social group, a group of people around her who will protect her and her offspring. That's what she wants. And that...
I think everyone's looking for a degree of social security, of, having a good community around you that can help you and protect you, that can assist you through difficult times. That's not a gendered thing.
That's why junior high school girls worry so much about what other girls in their group think. Yeah.
Guys worry about this stuff as well. They're just taught to repress it and to not admit it openly. Especially like guys in high school. Guys in high school can be really fucking insecure.
Because it's...
Hey, Pixel, how are ya?
It's hardwired into women. That's what they care about. So, of course, the thing that they would most fear is being socially ostracized, or
He really is just gonna say you need to abuse the women in your life so that they don't have enough confidence to leave you, isn't he?
thing that would make them most malleable and easy to manipulate is to separate her from her social environment.
Oh, Jesus. This is like straight up abuser 101 tactics. Like, male abusers, female abusers, non-binary abusers, anyone who is the abusive member in a relationship, whether that's romantic or otherwise, one of the first things they're going to do is try and remove their target from their social support network.
Yeah, because if her reactions, the things that are important to her depend on her social group, right? And suppose, just for the sake of argument, that she has a wide array of different social groups.
And look, I don't understand people like Coach Red Pill who are like, yeah, you just need to abuse and manipulate a partner so that they will never think of leaving you. Fuck no. I want the people that I'm with, the people I have relationships with, whether those are like romantic, whether they're sexual, whether they're platonic, I want those people to be happy, to feel supported, to have a sense of community, and to want to be in my fucking life.
Different groups that she interacts with, you know, her church group, her school group, her work group, this group, that group, her family, her extended family, these people, the other people, right? If she...
Note that he hasn't brought up friends.
He has a lot of different social connections, right? All of these social connections make her feel not just valued, but make her feel tethered. She's grounded, you see? But if you take a girl who is, say, untethered, has very few social circles, or maybe just one social circle, or maybe, you know, she's a runaway, like happened with...
Yeah, what I was saying before. Finding vulnerable people to target, abusing them further, so that they think they can only rely on you, and they start to seek, like, your approval. This is just abuser shit.
With a lot of the people in Charles Manson's family, right? These girls were runaways, and so they had broken off from all of their social connections, and they were off in Los Angeles, the big city, all on their own with nobody, right? If you separate a girl, a woman, from her social connections, you untether her, and you become her only social outlet, right? You become the only thing, you become her entire social milieu. She will grow to depend on you and the social milieu that you...
I know that Coach Red Pill has a couple of exes. I am very glad for every woman who has escaped this reprobate of a man's predatory bullshit.
Provide. She will grow to depend on you, and because you are providing her with the only social milieu that she has, because you've isolated her from every other social group that she used to have, right? If you do this, what will happen? Well, she will be willing to do anything in order to stay in this social milieu that you have created for her. This is what pimps do, quite frankly. It's not more complicated. You know, you look at some pimp, right? Some scraggly, pathetic loser of a guy, right? And he's got 2, 3, 4, 10 girls peddling their asses out on the street and bringing him all of their money. Well, how do you think that happened? You know, he brainwashed them, you know, or he's some sort of genius? No.
Now, to my knowledge, these days, most of the people who get charged with pimping are actually people who are being hired by sex workers to perform certain functions, such as, say, bodyguarding or accounting, or just booking.
What he did was very simple. He took isolated girls, girls who were runaways, girls who had been ostracized from their social milieu for whatever reason, right? And provided them with a sense of community, a sense of family. The pimp makes the girl feel cared for. The pimp makes her feel a part of a group. Doesn't matter how squalid the group may happen to be. I mean, come on, we're talking pimps here, right? But that feeling is so important to a woman that if the pimp threatens to take that away, the woman will happily go out on the street
and being a part of a social group is so important to many men that they will deny their own feelings, repress things about them that make them them, and do whatever they can for approval so that they don't get ostracized. This is a knife that cuts both ways. I think he's advertising this behavior. Like, this sits in line with what I know of CRP's views and beliefs.
Peddle her ass to bring him the money. That's how it works. Yeah, and you can see it. And when you hear when you hear some pimp say that he can turn out any girl and turn her into a prostitute, he's not kidding, and he's dead right. He can. Any guy can. See?
He really thinks that women are that easy to fucking manipulate that any woman can be turned into a sex worker. Fuck off. There's nothing goddamn wrong with sex work as long as people are willingly entering into it. And have safe working environments and all of that. And B, fuck off, you're an asshole and a moron. This isn't how you get women to be with you.
Because see, the thing that a woman wants, and the thing that she's terrified of, is to lose social approval of the group that she belongs to. If she loses that social approval, or more to the point, if she is threatened with a loss of that social approval, she will do anything, including prostituting herself, including selling her own children.
It depends on how mentally broken down these people are. Not everyone is primed to be a victim in this way. There are many women, many people in general, who, if you try and manipulate them like this, will just see through it and tell you to fuck off.
Including doing God knows what.
What people like Manson, or possibly Coach Red Pill, do is mill through people. They find the people who are most vulnerable to this kind of manipulation. Pickup artists do it as well. Pickup artists don't have some magic button that allows them to get with any person they want to. No, they mill through people until they find people with low enough self-esteem that their bullshit abuser tactics work on them. That's why they get success.
What barbarity for the sake of remaining. See, that's the thing. That's women's Achilles heel. That's their kryptonite. The fear of being excommunicated from their social group. Again, going back to the junior high school situation. I mean, why do you think these teenage girls, poor things, right?
So, there are plenty of, young boys out there who enjoy things that are traditionally seen as feminine. That might be, music or dancing or crochet. Could be all sorts of stuff, cooking even, that drop their passions and interests because they receive scorn and the potential for ostracization from their mostly male social circles in high school.
And their friends, their group of friends, turn their backs on her, right? For whatever stupid-ass reason. I mean, they're middle school girls, right? They turn their backs on her, and what happens to this girl? She becomes practically suicidal. And there are lots of teenage girls, poor things, 13, 14, 15 years old, who have actually killed themselves because they have been ostracized by the group that they belong to, for whatever foolish reason.
Now, it's generally, when you get teen suicide like that, it's generally not just social ostracization. There's a whole bunch of factors that are going into degrading people's sense of self-worth, such as, like, narratives from the media about acceptable beauty standards and what it is to be gorgeous, what it is to be a good person.
Right? They were probably bored, or probably God knows what happened, and the group of friends decided that, you know, Mary was just, they didn't want to be friends with Mary anymore, and they said, oh, boo-hoo, you know, cooties on you, Mary, we don't want to be friends, and poor Mary freaks out, goes home, and slits her wrists. I mean, it's a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that happens all the time, because this is how important it is to women. You see? You have to get that through your head. A woman who is threatened with social ostracism will do anything. And if she is actually socially ostracized, for her, it's the end of the world. I've been ostracized in my time in different situations, in different groups. And yeah, it wasn't fun, you know, I mean, nobody likes it, but you know, I survived. It wasn't the end.
And there are many women who've gotten through ostracization fine, and there's many men who haven't coped with it either. Well, haven't coped with it as well. And I'm ignoring NB people here because he's only talking within the framework of men and women, but this shit can happen to anyone.
The world, I wasn't crying into my pillow or shit like that. But if I'd been a girl, yeah, I would have been crying into my pillow. Yeah, because see, a guy can survive on his own. That's something, a quality that we have that women
There are plenty of strong, independent women. Coach Red Pill is scared of them, judging by the videos he makes.
Don't have. I'm not talking in the literal sense of surviving, of you know, eating food and what have you, and shelter and whatnot. No, I'm talking in the psychological sense. If you or I are completely ostracized by the group that we belong to, we're not going to like it, but we'll live, we'll endure, and we'll carry on until we find some other group. Yeah, and maybe we never find such a group. We'll be fine. I mean, again, it's not going to be great because it's all.
Young men get driven to desperation. Young men and older men get driven to desperation, depression, and suicide because of social ostracization all the fucking time.
Always better and more fun to be surrounded by a social group now, isn't it? Of course, yeah. But we'll survive. A woman won't. A woman will.
Like I said, women often do survive this. More frequently than not.
Go insane. And in point of fact, they do go insane. And you know what we call them? We call them cat ladies. Well, a woman's life is a tragedy. Oh, yes, it is. You know, I mean, like, they've got.
There's nothing wrong with owning cats. Cats are fucking lovely.
A lot of things going for them, you know, and they have a lot of advantages at different times in their lives. But in the long run, their life is a misery because they are a slave to their emotions. Yeah.
Their life is a misery because they have to deal with fuck stains like you, man.
That feeling of belonging, that feeling of being a part of a group, being part of a social milieu, being central to it, yeah, and having these emotional connections, these social connections, they are slaves to this desire. And this is women's kryptonite. This is what can destroy a woman. You can turn a queen into a whore if you unplug her from her social milieu and plug her into a squalid, disgusting, degenerate milieu. Yes, I can turn Queen Elizabeth II, the reigning Queen of England, I can turn her into a whore if I...
Yeah, likely fucking story. Look, Queen Liz is a filthy monarchist who is harboring at least one pedophile within her family. She's also fucking strong and knows what she wants and what she wants to do. She has strength of character, I will give her that.
I unplug her enough and plug her in the right or the wrong circles, yeah. And it seems impossible to a guy because our mentality is so radically different. But look around you, the proof is in the pudding, as they say. Look at teenage girls, high school girls, junior high school girls.
Yet his continual obsession with girls in high school is a little bit fucking weird. Combined with his, you shouldn't date any woman above the age of 25 bullshit.
How they freak out when they lose their social group, right? Look at prostitutes, quite frankly. Look how they arrived at prostitution, yeah? I mean, if you don't know any prostitute, go up and ask her. Go ask her.
I know plenty of people who've have been or still are involved in sex work. They're fine. They're some of the strongest, most compassionate people I know. This guy is in his 40s at the latest. Sorry, at the earliest.
and tell her how she got there, because I did once. Yeah, years ago, I went up to a prostitute because I was just goddamn curious. And this was some street walking prostitute in Chile, and she was just standing there, you know, wanting a customer. And for God's sake, I wasn't going to hire her, but I was genuinely curious, and the curiosity got the better of me, and I asked her. And the story was just so goddamn tragic. Yeah, she was a country girl, run away to the big city because her stepfather was abusing her, and she didn't have many friends back in the country. She got to Santiago, the big city. She didn't know anyone. She was sleeping in the streets for a few nights. And eventually, a guy started helping her, quote unquote, helping her. You know, bought her a nice meal, got her dressed up, cleaned up. And soon enough, she was turning tricks for the guy. And the guy was her pimp. The guy had been scoping and looking for runaway girls, you know? And I told her, and she didn't believe me. I told her that the guy was a pig and abusing her, and what was she doing with her life? You know, because I was young. I was like, how old was I when I did this stunt, this stupid stunt? This must have been like 2003, 2002 maybe. You know, God damn, you're so fucking naive. I was what? In 2002, I was 34 years old, 34 years old. Yeah, 34 years old, 35 years old. Fucking should have known fucking better, but no.
So this was when he was 35, or was she? I guess should have known better. He's talking about her. Let's jump back slightly to catch that.
2002 maybe, you know? God damn, you're so fucking naive. I was what? In 2002, I was 34 years old, 34.
He was 35. Okay, so he was born in 1968. So let's check. So he's 54 at the moment. This man is 54.
Years old, yeah, 34 years old, 35 years old, fucking should have known fucking better. But no, you know, because we're white knights, yeah? We're inherently white knights, and, you know.
Dude, you're not a white knight. You're like a pestilent knight. You're a shitbag serf who has found a suit of armor and is using it to harass the other peasants.
I didn't want to fuck this prostitute, but I did want to help her. I gave her a few bucks, and God knows what happened to this poor girl, but the fact remains, see?
Look, some people do get into sex work because it's their only option, because they don't have anything else, and those situations can often turn out really shit. Some people do get, like, abused and manipulated into sex work, and that is really fucking shit. However, I'm willing to bet that in just going off what I know of the sex worker demographics, at least here in Australia, that is not a majority of sex workers.
Easily, she was turned into a prostitute, and she didn't even realize it. Yeah, she didn't even realize it. She kept insisting that what she was doing, prostitution, she was doing it because he had helped her so much. He was the fucking pimp exploiting her. Yeah, and she couldn't see it because this pimp was...
And I'm sorry, mate, but a single data point does not a fact make.
Doing that thing, giving her a social milieu, giving her a social connection, tethering her, yeah? And of course, he didn't need to hit her because she said that he didn't hit her. And by the way, oh yeah, I've forgotten that.
Because victims of physically violent abusers never, like, lie or rationalize away the physical abuse that they receive. No, that's not something that ever happens, right?
Kept saying that he couldn't be a pimp because pimps would hit their girls, and he never hit her. Of course, he didn't need to. He was fucking with her head. Huh? He was using women's kryptonite. You want to control a woman utterly? You want her to basically be your slave, your doormat? You want her to be some...
And from Coach Red Pill's other videos, yes, he wants women to be doormats. So while he hasn't yet explicitly said this is what he thinks you should do to women and how you should treat them, he opened this video by saying, stuff along the lines of, look, people have been asking me this, what are my thoughts and tips on it? And then he has presented his thesis in this way. I do think he is endorsing this kind of abuse of women to get them behave.
Somebody who will kill for you, who will do anything for you.
And that's not what I want in a fucking partner. I want someone who can challenge me, someone who can push back when I'm being a goddamn idiot, someone who I can have deep and engaging conversations with. I want my partners to be my equals.
Well, take a page out of the pimp's book. Yeah. Cut a girl off from every other social milieu. Make your...
There we are. He's telling his audience now to do this.
Yourself the center of her universe, right? And watch. And it's a horrible thing. I mean, it's fucking low. Yeah, it really is. To fuck with some poor woman's head like that. But guys do it all the time. I feel very ambivalent about doing this video because, you know, I think that some people who watch this video will get the definitely wrong idea. Do I think that you should do this? Fuck no.
Okay, he's coming out against doing this. An iota more credit than I was willing to give him.
But it's important to understand women. Yeah, understand them because, see...
Except this isn't an understanding of women. That's just an understanding of how cycles of psychological abuse and manipulation work. And again, they work on everyone. The people in Manson's family weren't just young women. He manipulated everyone around him.
At the end of the day, you know what I feel about women? I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them because they're a slave to these emotions. They are slaves to their desire to belong. They're slaves to this urge to be a part of some social circle. Yeah? And they'll say anything, do anything, think anything in order to belong, in order to feel safe and secure. That's why I feel so sorry for women. Yeah, I feel sorry for them because they are so easily manipulated. Yeah? And that's why I thank God I'm a guy.
There we are. The shitbag himself. Coach Red Pill. Now he said, hey, don't do this, I don't think it's a good thing. But looking at his milieu, like the other week when we had a look at his 5-hour-long rant on what he would do as dictator of America, some of it involved breaking down women's ability to be independent so that they had to be subservient housewives, taking away their rights to, well, pretty much everything. So while he's professed not wanting people to engage in the abusive tactics that he just outlined, I don't entirely believe his being genuine, and I am certain that there are people within his audience who would have taken that message and run with it as what they think as a good thing, as a way to control the women in their lives. Consequentially, I suspect that video has made a number of abusers, or has given a number of abusers justification to engage in their increasingly abusive behavior. Yeah, that manifesto was fucking wild, wasn't it, Sakura? I need to edit it, but it took like 7 hours to go over, and that's a lot of editing down to release as a couple of vids. Okay, what are we going to do next? Oh, we got so many man-babies to look at tonight. And folks, if you have your own favorite man-babies that you would like us to cover, if you have any man-baby videos we would like us to check out, please pop them in the chat. Also, holy shit, Pixel, you have just single-handedly said ACAB because all cats are in fact fucking beautiful. Thank you so much for those 1312 biddies. I'm sorry, but that meter resets when it fills. Between streams, I don't reset it mid-stream. I'm not going to complain about the biddies, Pixel, but I am going to have to keep making more bits emotes for you. Do you have Cybercoal yet? Have you unlocked that one? Assigned cop at birth, ACAB. Love it. Okay, so this is a man-baby who I feel conflicted about. Sometimes he actually makes good points. Sometimes he's completely off the wall. We're going to have a little look at Russell Brand from the UK. This video is Joe Rogan destroys MSN as Jon Stewart slams its lies. Look, I have little to no respect for Joe Rogan, some degree of respect for Jon Stewart. Let's find out if this video actually contains any good points.
What is the charge?
Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Thank you, Pixel. This will go towards succulent Chinese meals. Absolutely. Yes!
Jon Stewart has called
you now have access to Cybercoal. Amazing.
Jon Stewart has called the legacy media disgusting.
So can't find a name I like. My opinion on Russell Brand, I think he's an opportunist with very shallow political takes, but he's very eloquent about how he expresses them. I do have some respect for him for doing things like, he had a conversation with Jordan Peterson where he like straight up went, but trans people are good actually. He had a conversation with with Shapiro where he laid down, look, that they're both, religious people in some sense, and kind of put forward this, okay, as a religious person, don't you think you should be treating gay people well? So, he's pro-gay, he's pro-trans, but he's also doesn't seem to have that much going on in his head when it comes to accurate critical analysis of a lot of issues. Like, his first thing that he did as a politically aware individual, this was over a decade ago now, was to come out and try and convince young people from the UK not to vote. Now, voting isn't going to bring about the revolution, but not voting is just permission to let the worst people into power. He is an anti-vaxxer as well.
And Joe Rogan has proven that individual broadcasters can become more powerful than the biggest blue church propagandist organizations. What does this mean for old media versus new possibilities for truth?
Now, old media definitely has its faults. The idea that new media, or online media, YouTube commentary, Twitch streaming is inherently more truthful is a fucking lie. Because old media like newspapers and television stations, yes, they have bias. It usually gets shuffled through the lens of capitalist realism. But they have journalistic standards that most outlets try to adhere to.
Hello there, you 4.67 million glorious incarnations of the limitless oneness temporarily held here in form before once again rejoining the great wonder. While we're here, let us embark together on a journey of powerful truth, including, where possible, every single one of us. Now, what did you think when Jon Stewart said that Newsweek were disgusting? I was kind of into it. I like Jon Stewart, and I feel like Jon Stewart's an interesting figure because he's so strongly identified with the left because of his time on The Daily Show, but he's got the nuts, the stones, the balls to speak out against the kind of entrenchment corruption that is evident in groups, organisations and platforms conventionally associated with his old alliances. I think this is well important.
So yeah, Jon Stewart is on the left. He's also not an idiot.
Because we need to create new alliances. We need to create new conversations. We can't just stay hunkered down in those old camps. We can't afford to anymore. New conversations have to happen. Now, of course, the whole thing hinges upon him having a chat on a podcast where he said the bankers in one of the Harry Potter movies looked very Jewish. And I saw the clip and it looked like he was kind of mucking around. Now, Newsweek reported that as being Jon Stewart calls J.K. Rowling anti-Semitic.
Now, the Goblin bankers were leaning pretty heavily into the anti-Semitic tropes. To deny that is to just deny the reality of the text.
You can see that the model that's being used there is, what is the worst we could make this? How could we inflate this? How could we conflate this? How could we get two figures and turn them against one another, even though that's not what's being said? Because if you think about it, J.K. Rowling wrote a book, then films were made about that book, then characters and puppets were designed and all sorts of things.
That doesn't mean that J.K. Rowling didn't have implicit biases that came through in the text, like happens with every fucking author.
And mask and latex.
Hey, Antipodean Squid, how you going, lovely? Beautiful to see you around again.
And prosthetics. It's not like J.K. Rowling went, here's my anti-Semitic agenda. Now, J.K. Rowling, she cops a lot of flack, let's face it, in all sorts of places and territories that I do not feel qualified or inclined to wander into. But what you can say for certain is that there are platforms that enjoy creating conflagration and conflict unnecessarily. When you look at the world at the moment, do you think what we need now is more opportunities for us to start hating one another, for people to in fact construct opportunities for arguments when really there weren't one? So
I do agree that the modern media landscape, especially the social media landscape, is too driven by outrage and hate. This is largely because, that's what drives engagement. And because these are capitalist entities who want to keep your eyeballs on the platform for as long as possible, because that's how they make money, they're going to cater towards outrage culture. Absolutely. I cater towards outrage culture a bit on these, Manbaby Mondays and What the Fuck Wednesdays, but I make sure to try and temper that with the Thoughtful Tuesdays.
I think the exact opposite. Now, is there a connection between this?
But just because there is like a degree of dishonest outrage that is being engaged in doesn't mean that we shouldn't engage in critical media analysis of stuff like J.K. Rowling's work, and that there is a bunch of bigotry in J.K. Rowling's oeuvre.
Story and this distrust and the growing power of Joe Rogan and figures like him, although let's accept that Joe Rogan is a unique outlier with a unique set of criteria and assets, but surely his success in part is...
Joe Rogan is the Gwyneth Paltrow of angry white men.
Due to his transparency and authenticity. Let's have a look at this whole issue. Former US talk show host Jon Stewart says comments he made about the Harry Potter films were meant to be light-hearted, and he was not accusing author J.K. Rowling of anti-Semitism. Just the idea that something could be light-hearted and a bit of a laugh, doesn't that feel like a relief to you in some way? The idea that we can have a bit of a banter and a bit of a laugh, that Jon Stewart can make light comments about something that is serious, but not everything, because it's serious, has to be conducted at a serrated, jagged knife edge of us attacking one another, trying to tear strips off one another. And the fact that the nuance was removed. I worked once with the great documentary maker Albert Maysles, and he said tyranny is the deliberate removal of nuance. We are tyrannized like no time in history through propaganda. Nuance has been removed continually. Oh, John...
I mean, it's a nice sound grab, but tyrannical governments do remove nuance, but the removal of nuance is not unto itself something that constitutes tyranny.
Stuart made a bit of a light-hearted joke about like the bankers down at the Hogwarts Bank, or whatever the hell it's called. What he's sort of trying to say then is that J.K. Rowling...
Can someone in chat find us the video of Jon Stewart talking about this? It might have. He's probably going to include a clip, but we may as well have a look at the full vid.
Who's got that on her plate is anti-Semite. Oh, no, I don't think he was. Yeah, but if he was, that would be a better story, so let's just say that. The comedian said news outlets had piled into this ridiculously out-of-context nonsense, and he did not want the franchise censored in any way. It comes after a clip emerged of Stewart discussing scenes from the film set in the magical bank of Gringotts run by goblins on the podcast The Problem with Jon Stewart. In it, Stewart made comparisons between caricatures from anti-Semitic literature and the folks that run the bank. A while ago, I suppose, that would...
Which I have seen, Jewish activists pointing out as a problem.
Would have been something that could have been discussed humorously, particularly by people that are invested in the identities that are being discussed. Now it seems that if you do something like that, you risk it being conflated, inflated, blown up, because we live in a climate that loves conflict.
Also, the best humor contains grains of truth.
All the time you see these little articles about how social media is causing these echo chambers and for us to be more divided. Then people like Newsweek, who I thought are meant to be like a proper legit organisation, they leap into that with absolute relish.
My name is Jon Stewart. I do not think J.K. Rowling is anti-Semitic. I did not accuse her of being anti-Semitic. I do not think that the Harry Potter movies are anti-Semitic. I really love the Harry Potter movies, probably too much for a gentleman of my considerable age. So I would just like to say that none of that is true, and not a reasonable person could not have looked at that conversation and not found it lighthearted.
Because we're not talking...
And you can discuss truth in a lighthearted way. That there were anti-Semitic elements in there, and it's not just in the film, it existed in the books. Like, J.K. Rowling's goblins are textbook anti-Semitic tropes.
Talking about reasonable people, we're talking about agenda-led propaganda. I know the people that are doing it don't think that what they're doing is agenda-led propaganda, but they are, as
A propaganda. That's what happens when a British person takes a good look at something, right?
I've cited many times on our channel when Chomsky spoke to Andrew Marr, and Andrew Marr went, well, I'm working for the BBC. I've not been trained and told what I can ask and what I can't ask. And Chomsky said, if that hadn't happened to you, you wouldn't be sat in that chair. By the time you've been through those schools and that university, you just automatically do that. You've been conditioned, you've been programmed. It doesn't make you a bad person, but it does mean that you will be able to work at Newsweek.
So let me say this instead to Newsweek. Your business model is fucking arson. And not the good kind. Not the good kind of arson where they light stuff and control it to prevent forest fires in the future. The kind of arson.
Okay, Lexibat has provided us with the original clip. We'll take a look at that in a minute.
Where you're on the mountain and you've got fucking 5 minutes and you don't know where the dogs are. Like, that's your business model. And now all the shitheads pile into this ridiculously out of...
Look, you don't have to, for something to contain anti-Semitic tropes, Krautland, you don't have to look at it and go, oh, these are obviously meant to be Jews. This, I don't know if J.K. Rowling was like, yes, I'm going to make these bankers Jewish. The fact remains, the way she did her goblin bankers did contain a number of anti-Semitic tropes.
Context nonsense.
What I feel we want to create on our channel is a space that is antithetical to that, where whatever you believe, you can come here and communicate and learn from one another in a way that is non-judgmental, that isn't about how can we make this as bad as possible as...
Spaniard, do you honestly think that when an author writes a fantasy story, that author doesn't have biases, preconceptions, and views that make their way into the story? Do you not understand how writing works?
Ugly as possible. The point of what we do is to try to create transparent communication, open dialogue, to do the opposite of what Newsweek are doing. And evidently this stuff's working because our channel, thanks to you, is doing well. And Joe Rogan, who sits at the pinnacle of these types of channels and broadcast initiatives, is actually now more powerful than Tucker Carlson or The Five or Hannity or Fox Primetime or Rachel Maddow.
Rogan is potentially the biggest media figure on the planet, or at least amongst them, which is crazy.
Or MSNBC or CNN Primetime. This is what it says. Analytics pulled from Spotify and Nielsen Holdings show that the Joe Rogan Experience podcast draws in 11 million viewers per show on average. So, thankfully, the way that we consume and receive information is changing. And the reason that it's changing is the media, whose name suggests ought be a conduit for information from powerful establishments, elites, groups, systems of organizations, bureaucracies, to we, the people, have instead become machines for creating dumb, abstracted consensus, compliance, docility. And what I feel...
Now that is actually a salient critique of capitalist mass media.
We can create in this new media landscape is an honest discourse, an honest conversation that admits fallibility, that has room for nuance and jokes, creates the opportunity for learning and people to come together. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. Oh, that was a mistake. I was wrong about that. I was just trying to work it out. We're human beings. What are they trying to make of us? They are machines that are trying to make us more machine-like, whether deliberately or not, or whether it's because of objectives in a boardroom or an agenda that...
Now, I would be very surprised to discover that, Newsweek covering this as Jon Stewart says this stuff is anti-Semitic, as being some part of a faceless corporate agenda. It was probably more likely the individual authors who penned that article running with a particular narrative that they found to be compelling.
Really lives on a spreadsheet, or because of something more nefarious. We don't know, and it's pointless to speculate. All we can say is that we will communicate with you openly, honestly, lovingly, and hopefully sometimes humorously. We have to look at figures like
I respect what he's saying there, but also that he's putting Joe Rogan up onto a fucking pedestal. Joe doesn't understand the science and just kind of nods along with the most of the right-wing crazies he has onto his podcast, Rogan. Just because he's successful doesn't mean that he's correct.
Joe Rogan and Jon Stewart as examples of new forms of conversation that don't live within the old lines or the old boundaries of this is left, this is right, because it seems to me more and more that all of those political interests care only about the maintenance of power and the advancement of their own interests, and that we need a radical review, if not revolution, in the way that we receive information and the way that we communicate. And we hope that we can be a small part of that, and we only can.
Yeah, we do need to improve shit. I'm not sold on radical centrism as the solution.
Can be because of you. So thank you very much for watching this channel and supporting it. And please let us know what you think about this story, what you think about the mainstream media. Do you consume it anymore? Where do you get your information from?
I get some information from mainstream sources. I get some analysis from non-mainstream sources. Mainstream sources tend to have better factual reporting, but stuff that's just framed as being, opinion pieces are just that, opinion pieces, though the opinion does often work its way into the mainstream stuff. So let's have a little look-see here. So this is The Problem with Goblins, J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, and Jews from The Problem with Jon Stewart podcast.
John, every time we talk, you know I've been to bar mitzvahs.
Have you been to bar mitzvahs?
I found the 2 Jewish people in Mississippi, and I befriended them.
I think it's a wise choice. What was a bar mitzvah in Mississippi? Just out of curiosity.
It was fun. A lot of fried food.
Hey, Jewish people do fried food really fucking well. What are they called? The potato patties. God, we ate so many of them on Christmas Eve. I can't remember their name, though.
See, back in the day, before bar mitzvahs became a thing, you just did them in the back of the synagogue. Like, you did your thing, you had to read from the Torah, and then everybody would have, like, pound cake, and you go in the back room. But now, today, it's...
Nicki Minaj goes to that.
It's a prom.
Now, it's not even a prom. It's more like a demonstration of Gatsby. It's basically like saying... the Jews have arrived, and we are going to dazzle you with the access.
The Jews have arrived. Well, what chapter of Harry Potter is that in? That's one of. That's when they get to Gringotts, right?
Can I tell you something about
that is
Harry
a
Potter?
wild thing.
Here's how you know, and this is the whole thing, and you don't have to use this, but this is true. Here's how you know like Jews are still where they are. Talking to people, what I say is, have you ever seen a Harry Potter movie? And people are all like, I love the Harry Potter movies. Like, you ever see the scenes in Gringotts Bank? And they're like, I love the scenes in Gringotts Bank. He's like, do you know what those folks that run the bank are? And they're like, what? And they're like, Jews.
And then that,
I remember.
And then that person says, no, goblins. And then you go,
and you're like,
do you hear yourself?
Let me show you this from, it's the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I just want to show you a caricature. And they're like, oh, look at that. That's from Harry Potter. And you're like, no, that's a caricature of a Jew from an...
What he's saying there is correct. He is joking, he is using humor, but there are anti-Semitic tropes that are woven into a bunch of our stories, a bunch of our narratives. Whether or not J.K. Rowling was consciously tapping into those, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to say that, she did not realize that she was leaning into a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. Because for all of her failings, I have not seen her actively engaging in anti-Semitism. Doesn't mean that those themes aren't there, woven into the work.
Anti-Semitic piece of literature, J.K. Rowling was like, can we get these guys to run our bank? And you're like, it's a wizarding world. It's a world where it's
you
like...
You can imagine anything.
The train station has a half a thing and no one can see it. And we can ride dragons and you've got a pet owl.
And who runs the bank?
Who should run the bank? Jews.
But not only that,
no, it's...
I feel like she was like, why'd you make it so subtle?
Yeah, I mean, it's real, like, yeah, they look like Jews, but what if the teeth were sharper? And you're like, oh, okay.
I was like 11 or 12 and was like, I love Harry Potter. And I remember like being in the
Latkes, thank you, Broken Symmetry. Those are those delicious fucking fried potato cakes. Oh, latkes are so good.
Theater and being like, This is kind of fucked up.
That's
It might have been the first time I said the F word.
11-year-old Henrik does not swear.
I was like, ooh.
That was one of those things where you expect. It reminded me of those horror movies where like everybody's been taken over by the thing, but you haven't. So you're looking around, and every time someone sees you, they go. It was one of those things where I saw it on the screen and I was expecting the crowd to be like, holy shit, she did not, in a wizarding world, just throw Jews in there to run the fucking underground bank. And everybody was just like, wizards.
That's
It
crazy.
was so weird. Even Dobby was like, that's fucked up. Those are Jews. Dobby's like, Dobby doesn't have anything against
my
Jews.
Lord. Oh,
Dobby
wow,
doesn't
wow.
understand.
Yeah, Dobby Tubman.
So there's another really fucking problematic thing in J.K. Rowling's books is the house elves, the majority of whom are happy to be slaves. And when Hermione goes and tries to liberate the house elves, she becomes a joke. She is mocked.
The first freed slave, right?
Dobby doesn't know
This is what gets Jay in trouble.
Thank you very much for the follow, Sebi120 and Kira Sakura. I will do that hot take for you at the end of this.
If I say Dobby Tubman leading us to freedom, y'all ain't celebrating Elf History Month?
Elf history.
It's
Here we go.
February.
Harry Potter and the Reichstag fire.
Oh, no.
All right, this is going to be a choppy edit.
Yeah, good jokes. Also, with a degree of truth in them. So we've had a question here from Krautland. Has anybody ever collected a list of all the anti-anything that Rowling put in her books? Not a complete list to my knowledge, but you can find lists of all of the anti-trans stuff that she put into the Robert Galbraith novels. Robert Galbraith being the pseudonym that she used. And the only other famous Galbraith that people have been able to find was like an anti-trans like author, activist, but an anti-trans individual. But yeah, there's definitely like the one group that I will say that Rowling is overtly bigoted about is trans people, more explicitly trans women. There's stuff that she's done that's pretty problematic as well. So especially if you have a look at the Pottermore stuff, which was her extended universe work, where she fleshed out the rest of the world, she included things like none of the indigenous societies had discovered wizarding or had any wizarding schools. And instead it was just the colonizers who came in and brought wizarding with them. So that's, you know, not overtly racist, but shows that she's got a number of, like, internal preconceptions about the world that align with a racist view, that align with a British imperialist view, more or less. You know, there was also things like her saying, oh yes, lycanthropy, werewolves, are actually a metaphor for gay people and homosexuality. The main werewolf villain that she has is someone that goes and hunts down children. Sorry, lycanthropy was for AIDS, but it was all kind of a bit of a homosexual metaphor. Her main werewolf villain was someone who went and hunted down children and intentionally infected them with lycanthropy, playing into the gay predator stereotype. While there's instances where I don't think she's a conscious or active bigot, I think her intrinsic bigoted bias does show through. But her active bigotry mostly seems to be reserved for trans people, which is fucking woeful. Okay, so we've got a summon hot take that has been brought up. Let's put this on the lo-fi. Actually, I want to play this through a slightly different thing here. just so I can get some audio that I can hear. Good, good, good. So an industrialist talking about cat girls. We can do this. And let's do this on... the spooky music. We need to turn that down a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, beasts of the gallery, I would like to tell you about our newest creation and our greatest invention, the cat girl. We have modified the baseline human worker to be able to exist on what regular people would call scraps. That's right. We have fashioned cat girls out of the regular human populace to be the greatest workforce that mankind has ever seen. The cat girl revolution is the next stage of the industrial revolution. Our factories, our stores, will all be manned, or womaned, or perhaps felined by this new subspecies, the cat girl. Now, they do require head pats and scritches. Some people may consider cat girls to be lazy because they like to lie in the sun, but really, you just need to block off all sunlight from your factory and use proper incentives to get the cat girls to work. And for those cat girls that refuse to work, they can be sold as pets. That's right. The slavery of human beings may be on the social out and out, but cat girls aren't entirely human anymore, are they? Oh no. We have modified the cat girl stock so that they sit outside of the sway of pernicious laws. Those politicians and unionists who are trying to bring down great titans of industry like myself. Cats don't work together. They don't organize. A union is antithetical to a cat. I have seen some people claiming that the cat girls may turn to anarchism, and, well, that could be a risk. This is why we are investing in a sub-market of shock collars to bring those cat girl workers in line. So, I encourage you not to pass up this amazing investment opportunity. Join us. Invest in our new cat girls, our fantastic line of products and workers both, and we will make you rich. There we are. One industrialist hot take on cat girls. Let's go back to our normal music. I can see that some of my silver has been moved around by my glasses, but unfortunately, I cannot do without my glasses. Maybe I should get someone to shoot lasers at my eyes. That'd be fun. Get lasers shot into my eyes. I'm glad that you folks enjoyed that, and I'm glad that people are finally using Summon Hot Take. That function has been sitting there for months now, and it was only noticed recently. And Tippity and Squid, thank you very much for those 100 biddies. I'm glad you enjoyed the 10 out of 10 industrialist hot take. Okay. This next video we're taking a look at, I have never watched anything from this channel before. It came up in my recommended for this account. This is from the channel SJW Triggered, which has been around since 2017. This is SJW Teacher versus Student. This Kid Deserves a Medal. Oh fuck, apparently this is part 2. Oh god, we're gonna have to try and find part 1, aren't we? Give me part 1! Implanted contact lenses, that'd be fun. So this was from... oh, the 3rd of May. Okay, let's Google it. Well, let's search for this one then. We may as well bring our music back while we search. Ah! I think that these are each different videos. So let's just go with part 2. We can check out part 1 later, because it doesn't seem to be a continuation. Hey, chat. Right now we have 69 viewers. Nice. No one leave, no one come in. I'm sending out the vibes to keep people away, see if we can keep it at a nice even 69. Or an odd 69, I guess. So nice. Starting off with their merch before anything else. What do we got on this shirt? A bunch of skulls, black, white, man, woman, rich, poor, patriot, all the same, and then SJW is an ape. Well, hey, they know their audience. Hazard, insanity zone. Events and activities in this area may cause serious mental degradation.
What are your statistics for women getting paid less than men? The wage gap.
I mean, honestly, as I said, I can look at it right now. It's more of a common sense phenomenon. No. To validate my opinion, it's the same thing that is done on an everyday basis, but you can manipulate statistics.
Okay, then what is this common sense that women are paid less than men?
All right, how many women do you see in top positions?
So the teacher shouldn't say it's a common sense phenomena, this just conforms to my biases. Unless there's like a very specific lesson that they're trying to get across. It's a fact that women are paid less than men. The reasons for this tend to get somewhat complicated. Part of it has to do with, sexism involving women not getting promoted or being given as higher paying jobs. Part of it involves industries that are generally female dominated, not having as high pays as industries that are male dominated. And part of it is career women tending to take more time off to raise children than career men do.
Across the country, in leadership positions or board positions or president positions, as opposed to male positions, because I said that there are not as many females in either leadership, board, and your argument for that was that a woman gets pregnant.
No, that's not what my argument was. My argument was that women don't go into that field as often as men. And besides that...
Why don't they go into that field as often as men? Because you've already made the statistics that more women graduate from college, which means that they do have the same ambition, if not more than what men have originally. Because you're the one who made the argument that you have more women graduating already with an associate's degree, almost a 2-to-1 fact than what men do. So what you're saying is that you have more women entering the workforce and are trying to get a degree to further their education, which backs up my argument that more women are trying to break through the glass ceiling and be represented in the top positions.
Mr. Barron, for computer science, I am. Let me get to my point.
So the glass ceiling is absolutely a thing. And like blind hiring and promotion can get around that to a degree.
Okay, computer sciences, 32,288 associate's degrees given to males, as opposed to 8,814 given to women.
I know. So why don't you
That's a higher
about all the other things?
Right, yes.
So I know some women who've gotten computer science degrees, and yeah, the field tends to be pretty fucking sexist, and the guys doing computer science degrees are often very toxic to women and drive them away.
No. Then, for
about the other 640,000 degrees?
I'm not certain on the exact ratio of women getting degrees versus men getting degrees. Women in modern society do tend to go better academically than men and boys do.
Social sciences, which there's 1,000 men go into social sciences. There's 8,000 women. There's 101,000 women going into health technologies. These are all lower paying fields.
So what you're saying is...
And it just so happens to be that the fields that are traditionally dominated by women have wound up being lower paying than other fields. This is a part of the wage gap.
Is that women don't have the aspirations to...
I'm saying that women choose to go into the field they're interested in.
Sakura, if you can find that relevant XKCD.
And these are the fields that they're interested in, making less money.
So, but I'm talking about the same position. I'm not talking about less money.
Same position. Could you give me a statistic for the same position?
God, the audio on this is fuck awful. I mean, it's someone on a phone in a classroom, so I'm not really surprised. Let's check out this XKCD. How it works. Wow, you suck at math. Or, wow, girls suck at math. Yeah. That's just some bog standard sexism. That is how it often works.
What's up with you statistics? I told you statistics are bullcrap. I can make up statistics and they're bullcrap. I've used it. I've done it. I've actually taken classes from people that do statistics for their whole country. No, and they...
So not a kitten in a hoodie? What would I say to someone who is a Peterson stan, not as much now as before because JP helped them survive a hard time? Look, Jordan Peterson does have some decent self-help advice, but like all of the good stuff from Jordan Peterson you can find from other sources, and his bad stuff is really uniquely bad. Also, when you go and like actually read the content of 12 Rules for Life and not just the bullet points of what the rules are, he gets into all of this like really weird prescriptive stuff about, you know, what is good, what is evil, and that starts to get uncomfortably conservative.
They tell you that statistics are bullcrap, so when you keep on doing the statistics stuff, it's a bullcrap argument, and you can't see through that.
During the slavery times, correct? Is that correct? Is it? Hold on. Is that correct?
I would think this would be the last argument.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Is that correct?
I would think that this would be on the last.
No, Mr. Barham, is that correct? Were slaves considered inferior to the owners?
Yes, they were.
Yes. So, if women are considered inferior to men, why would women not be the ones working?
Because this is the good old boy.
Women are working. They're just working in lower paid jobs. So they work lower paid jobs in the same fields, and the fields that are dominated by women have lower pay on average.
Network is social.
Oh, it's a social. I forgot.
Oh,
I'm okay, because the women are supposed to stay at home and do what? What are the women supposed to stay at home and do? Matthew, what are the women supposed to stay home and do?
Take care of the kids.
Okay, what else are the women supposed to stay home and do? What is the woman supposed to stay home and do?
Laundry and stuff?
Wait.
And Siffer, you can like Jordan Peterson. You're welcome to be wrong. There's nothing that bad about being wrong on some things.
What else is the woman supposed to stay home and do?
I see what you're doing.
No, you're the one saying it. What is the woman? I didn't say it in words. Who said that the woman's supposed to stay home and do laundry? Everybody point at the person. Matt, who's...
Now, women are also doing the majority of work in society. It's just a lot of it is unpaid labor that women are socially expected to do. Whether that's like cooking and cleaning around the house, whether that's child rearing, there is a lot of unpaid labor that our current system doesn't recognize as being like legitimate labor worthy of remuneration that usually gets put on women to do.
Supposed to say that the woman's supposed to stay home and take care of the kids. You did. It never came out of my mouth. It came out of your mouth.
Mr. Real, I was giving you the answers you wanted.
No, you gave me the answers that were on the top of the head because that's social conformity.
No, it's stuff that I've heard feminists say.
No, it's social conformity.
No one else is saying that women should do laundry.
Who's the only person who says it? Who's the only person that said it? You.
No, listen, Mr. Barham, no one else is saying that women should stay home except for the feminists who say we say it.
I'm sorry, but that's not true, mate. Like, we have covered so many reactionary blowhards on this channel who do think that women should stay home and just do housework and be subservient to men. Coach Red Pill, Matt Walsh, fucking Steven Crowder. So many reactionary talking heads think that women's place is in the home.
But you're the one who said it.
I said it because that's what I thought you were looking for. I thought you were going to make a point. You're just slandering me.
I'm not making a point. I'm making the point that you're sitting there as a male arguing that there is not an unequality right now.
I'm not sitting here arguing that. I'm arguing that there is equal rights. They have equal opportunities.
So, yes, men and women are now largely equal under the law. That's a good thing. It's not universal across all places, but just because two groups are now largely equal under the law doesn't mean that there aren't, like, other biases and forms of discrimination that are going on within society.
Caitlin, jump in. He's getting too angry with me. He's losing the face of his argument. He's losing the face of his argument.
Take him down.
Never gonna get a girl.
Now we're finished.
You're getting a little upset right now.
I'm not upset at all, Mr. Beer. Dude, this is awesome. I'm enjoying this. I'm loving this.
All right, then let me throw it back.
Okay. So first of all, you know your statistics, right?
What's the bet that this kid is a Shapiro fan? And he's like, yes, this is how I own the libs.
So, there is a 79% pay gap between men and women. 79%.
I thought it was 70. What was it? 70?
That's not correct. It's not a 79% pay gap. It's that women make 70 to 80% as much as men do when you look at it on a large scale. So it's more like the gap is, 20 to 30%.
79 cents for every dollar that a man makes.
Do you know how that's calculated?
I would say math.
What salary do they take that on?
Equal paying jobs.
No.
Not equal paying jobs, but like men and women in the same positions.
It's taking from men and women in the same positions.
This is
There is a discrepancy between men and women in the same positions. There absolutely is.
according to the U.S. Census Bureau's current population survey.
What do you like to something from the Bureau?
Okay. I told you guys statistics are crap, but you guys will fall back on it.
Your side just
Now, this teacher saying statistics are crap, I don't agree with. Statistics can be very useful. Now, statistics can be used misleadingly, and they don't always contain the entire picture. For example, in America, a majority of various different kinds of crimes are committed by black people. This isn't because there is some inherent moral failing with black-skinned or with dark-skinned Americans. It's because they overwhelmingly live in poverty compared to white Americans, and poverty is a massive driver of petty crime, and because a lot of cops tend to be quite racially biased with where they do their policing and who they approach and put fines on, who they pick up for infringements. And this leads to an imbalance, both of these factors. So statistics can be misleading, you can use them deceptively, but you shouldn't throw them out at all.
They fell back on statistics to argue your statistical points.
Okay.
Because that's what you guys seem to listen to.
Because that's... Okay, never mind.
But if they give you that statistic right...
So Sakura, how is that one a misleading? Are they taking victims of sex crimes with that?
There. Do you believe that statistic, or do you believe the one in front of you?
Mr. Graham, I could go...
If I write a book, and I write a book about how Nazis were really great people, will there be somebody that believes it? Yes. Does it mean it's the right point? No.
No, I was just taking...
You just have associate degrees. You don't have bachelor's.
No, I don't have bachelor's.
You don't have post-bachelor's.
Actually, no, you have bachelor's.
All right, with bachelor's degrees.
What's your source? Because that's your favorite question for me.
Statista.com.
So 32 hours or more.
Okay.
Is a full-time job.
So 32 hours. 26% of men work at least 41 hours per week. In 2012, which was the year Obama came out with his, I think it was 77%, which started a fairly big thing. So
So TERFs equate sex offender with rapist when talking about trans inmates. If you've got an article on that, just to pop in the Discord, I'd like to read that in my own time, if there's any supplementary material you can find.
So down to a 41. Wait, 77 cent, if you don't know, is Mr. Obama. Obama came out and said that a woman makes 77 cents of every dollar a man makes. Yes.
Oh,
that's what he came out.
Obama said it.
Obama's wrong.
And then,
no, he's not wrong. No, that's true actually. But it's not for. Hold on, no.
Hang on. So it's true that women make 70-something cents to every dollar that men make, but the gender wage gap is a myth? How is he going to spin that?
Mr. Brown, don't stop. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
What year was this?
Don't stop. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
What year was this? 2012?
I'm not done
yet. You said 2012,
Yeah.
Obama said, and you said Obama was right, that women make 77 cents on the dollar that men does.
But it's not because of the old
you don't know
boys
how that's
club.
calculated, do you? No, but...
Okay, he's saying, but it's not because of the old boys club. In some ways it kind of is, depending on the industry that you're looking at. But he started off with the gender wage gap doesn't exist. Now he's admitting that it's there.
I know how it's calculated, do you? No, but I know how it's calculated. This is calculated by comparing the number of full-time working women to the full-time working men. Okay. 43% of women leave the workforce when they have a child, right? And when they come back... Hold on. I have this. No, we can talk about this after I get the 77 thing out of the way. 40% of these people will return to their jobs. 77% will rejoin in part-time. But part-time isn't calculated. So that's already 40, that's somewhere in the numbers of 43% of women not being calculated in this calculation.
And those women are then going and doing unpaid labor of housework and child rearing. This does contribute to the wage gap. The kid is right here.
Calculation, the 77 cent figure. Not only this, but women don't go in, on average, they don't go into higher paying jobs.
Now, there are women who try to get into higher paying jobs, but the highest paying industries tend to be very male dominated and thus tend to be quite sexist environments to work in that drives many women away. And the highest paying jobs, things like CEOs and like upper management and stuff, women don't get promoted at the same rate of men, even when the women are objectively more competent, better educated in the field, so on and so forth.
Why? Why? Okay, Mr. Brown, are you going to imply here that there's a society that's pushing women from going away from higher paying jobs? Is that what you're saying?
I think that would be...
Yeah, at least the sexism that is present in a lot of high-paying fields tends to drive women away from those fields, like computer science.
You're almost...
Are you going to say the old boys club?
I have never seen a STEM group that hasn't wanted every person they can to join.
I haven't either.
You haven't seen the what group?
A STEM group.
Science, technology, engineering,
math.
And
is that where the money's at?
Yes, that's where the money is at. Microsoft, there's... I mean, the industry is growing.
Can I finish what I was saying in like 20 minutes?
Compared to a typical 25-year-old male, if they're full-time working all year, she will earn $5,000 less than that man.
And is that because she goes into a different field?
It's in the same job.
It's in the same job.
Oh my God.
Wait, so now can I finish for a second? Okay, so that's full-time job, correct? So we said full-time job was at least 32 hours, and this is the...
Okay, I think we've covered all of the valid information that we're going to get out of this. It's not just about men being aggressive there, Spaniard. It's in groups. So in like big companies and stuff, men tend to be in positions of management, and they tend to be the ones making decisions about who they want to promote. There's also, you know, sexist assumptions about who will make better managers that I think are often quite counterfactual. Some of the best managers I've had have been women. So it's not just men are more aggressive and thus get pay rises. It's that men are more likely to get the pay rises that they ask for, and at least a good chunk of that is down to the intrinsic bias of the people in charge of the company's purse pockets. Now let's actually, I want to take a look at something that we were related to stuff we were looking at recently. So I'm going to give a little Precy, an update to anyone who wasn't tuned in last week. So here in Australia, our sovereign citizen movement, our sovereign citizens have been trying to co-opt Indigenous Australian activism around ideas of Indigenous rights and Indigenous sovereignty. And they've managed to sell a bunch of bullshit about the nature of governments and powers to a number of young Indigenous activists who have been swindled by these SovCits. Now, on the 15th, on Saturday, the SovCits, using Indigenous Australians as a front, were going to try and storm Old Parliament House because sovereign citizens, being sovereign citizens, somehow managed to convince themselves that Old Parliament House here in Australia is the true seat of power, and if they can control that physical building, they will suddenly control the entire fucking government of Australia. Things have kind of fallen apart, joyously. And we're just going to take a little look at that. So most of the Indigenous activists who got roped into this have been kind of told by their communities to come back home and stop being an idiot and getting in bed with white supremacists. And here is some images of some of the remaining white people who are the final holdouts at the location. There we are. So here's them doing a smoking ceremony with piled up rubbish. That's not what you meant to burn for a smoking ceremony. Okay there, guys. We've also got some of the very, very white people who were trying to co-opt all of that. Here's some more of them again. Hot damn. This is what has become of the great sovereign citizen movement. The second attempt by sovereign citizens in the space of a year to try and overthrow the Australian government. Just wild. And we also have a couple of little videos that someone grabbed.
That you've only just found out about.
Here we are. That someone grabbed from the Instagram of Danny Cyril, who is an Australian sovereign citizen grifter. There's, to Danny Cyril's credit, this Instagram Live does contain some actual Indigenous activists in it. The chap in the top right is one of the people who got roped in by the SovCits, and the lady in the bottom right is pointing out what a fucking idiot he's been.
I'll be here where I've always
Now let's see if we can pull this up a bit larger.
been.
Okay.
Down at the
Now we've got it this
embassy,
size.
where we've always been in this movement, that you've only just found out about it.
So she's referring to the Tent Embassy, which is outside Old Parliament House. It is an Indigenous Australian protest site that's been there for almost 50 years. It's a respectable institution.
It's deadly that you've come along and you're
How long do you think humanity's going to last while this vaccination shit's around?
You need to drop the vaccination nonsense. Give
No,
it up.
because this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about, and you might don't see that.
Tell me this, Luke. If you're so passionate about Aboriginal rights, then when you were at your little campaign the other day in front of the High Courts and you were jumping up and down about saving our children from the vaccine, then where's the same energy in saving our children from incarcerations? Because we got 10-year-olds sitting in custody right now, okay?
Well, that's what we want to stop, sis.
No, listen to me.
They think they can stop the incarceration of Indigenous youth, which is a problem, by taking old Parliament House and becoming the new kings and queens of Australia.
Where's that same passion for our fucking babies being removed? Where's the same passion for our women with the medical neglect happening? Where's that same passion for the lack of education? Where's that same passion for the obesity rates? Okay? There is so many issues that you are completely skipping over because you're only being driven by this vaccination nonsense. If you actually cared about black issues, you'd be on the ground like I am every fucking day of the week doing my job. Okay, that doesn't make me a sellout. I've been on the ground and my entire working career has been on the front fucking line for my community, okay? So you need to take a step back. You seriously need to take a step back because you don't have a clue what you're talking about. The way you
I would love to go home and work for my community,
the way you're
but I can't because I didn't get vaccinated.
The way
Maybe you should get vaccinated so that you're not a threat to your community, mate.
you're speaking about the people that have been born into this movement, that have committed their lives to this movement, is so disrespectful. So for you to sit there and say, you want to come to the table and sit with our families? Brother, you don't get a seat at our tables yet. You need to earn that. Okay, that's not your right. This little
All right, well, how do we do it? Let me know how we do it. Let's get it done.
You need to drop it. You need to drop it.
Let's get it done, sis. Listen, whatever it takes.
You don't overnight.
Is what we need to do, right?
That's not happening overnight.
Old Parliament House is in Melbourne, yes. So by the AusSovCit logic, maybe the Victorian government can take over Australia. Except the AusSovCit logic says that Old Parliament House is legitimate because when Parliament moved to the current Parliament House, they registered a corporation in America to do business in America, and somehow that means that the true seat of power is Old Parliament House. Something to do with the Queen.
Because you need to understand what you've done with this little circus that you've rode into town with. You have come and you have shit over 50 years. 50 years of black-led resistance. And you just don't care about that. Because you are jumping up and down saying, we haven't done anything in 50 years. And that shows how ignorant you actually are and how uneducated.
So that's that little vid. And this one as well is well worth it.
Are and how uneducated, because for you to say that shows it. If you had any idea what's come out of the 10 embassy, the jobs that have come out of the 10 embassies, medical services, legal services, the 10 embassy has actually been at the core of everything that this country sees, okay? But that shows how much,
but what was it set up to do? What was it set up to do?
It was set up for land rights.
So that would have been around the Mabo court case, which established Australia's current doctrine of native title, which is the most limp-wristed version of land rights ever.
And what are we working towards at the moment? Obviously not smooth.
Rights.
But this, I've been in very important Zoom calls with these two people.
I've been in very important Zoom calls.
Elders, all right? Uncle Max, you know Uncle Max? And we talked about this, right? The plan was for me and Uncle Bruce to come down there and speak to you guys to get your permission so that we could come join you guys on the 26th so that we could actually take over. We would have...
So if I remember correctly, Uncle Max was an Indigenous Australian activist who was very anti-vax, who spoke at an anti-vax rally in Sydney late last year and then died from COVID a fortnight later. I just can't find joy in people dying from COVID.
Danny, we would have had millions there.
Over. Bruce, for starters, Bruce Shillingsley Sr. would never get a seat at the table, okay? That man needs mental help. He is mentally ill. You all are mentally ill. And I know you don't see that because you have been so brainwashed by this little cult you've joined. But
you brainwashed, sis, serious.
No one is brainwashed, brother. Like, you need to get that.
You terribly brainwashed.
She's reading him the riot act, and I have so much fucking respect for her.
brainwash this. Let's have a chat off this live and let's
hang
be
on,
adults
Luke.
and let's sit at the table.
There are valid points on both sides here.
Bullshit, Danny.
Yeah, that I'm hearing, right?
What's valid on this
First of
stuff?
all,
Like, tell me what's valid.
his passion.
His passion.
his
I'll give you
passion,
that. And I've said that
right?
to you, Luke. Your
And his willingness to learn, his willingness to conform, if he's shown direction. I've said that to you, Luke, all along. You need direction.
So Danny Serile is kind of playing at being the middleman moderator here. Danny Serile is a sovereign citizen who has been trying to sell Indigenous Australians on the AusSovCit lies. But I'm very, very glad to see that the AusSovCit's attempts to co-opt Indigenous Australian activism to lend themselves an air of legitimacy in the public eye have just fucking fallen over so hard. God, it makes me happy. I mean, is there anything more pure than sovereign citizens failing in their nonsense? I don't think so. It is one of the greatest joys. Whoa. Okay, I needed to get that out of my system, because we spent some time last week covering all of that. It's time for some Tim Pool. Everybody's favorite Beanie Baby. Apparently, the Trump movement is winning and will end globalism.
But I'm fairly optimistic. I think that no matter who wins in the culture war, this is the end of the American empire. It's the end of this global American, mission. Military bases overseas will probably start shrinking. The reason I think that is the right side, whatever that really means, I don't know. Because it's not about conservative values necessarily, but it is more about anti-war. It's about freedom. It's about personal responsibility. I think if that succeeds, like Trump supporters, civil libertarianism, you've got no willpower towards foreign war. Zero. None of these people want it.
So, if the Trump supporters get what they want, which is fascism in America, they would initially pursue isolationist policies and then, like every other fascist state, start trying to expand into the areas around them. Fascists don't actually do isolationism.
The establishment ends up winning. If the left, you've still got the progressive flank coming in, and they're just chaotic and destructive. So if the personal response...
But the progressive left aren't just chaotic and destructive. They have very specific things they want to try and do and want to try and build, especially in America.
Individualist faction does succeed, America is going to come back to just working for America, and then the end result the left should be cheering about. Well, real quick, the progressive activists should be celebrating that Trump supporters hate war. Instead, they're combating against them, which says to me they're just chaotic and destructive. So if the Democrats are...
The American right generally loves war. There's been a little bit of populism pushing against it, but that's less an anti-war thing and more going, well, America shouldn't be spending money being the police of the world. No, we should be spending money on ourselves, failing to take care of our veterans and letting everything else collapse. And the American imperialist war machine is pretty shitty. At the same time, America is a less destructive global hegemon than China would be. And China, if America withdraws completely from the world stage, is going to step in and make a lot of people's lives hell.
The establishment uniparty is not long for this political world.
I was going to say that I think isolationism, we had that before World War I, I think. And part of why World War I broke out is because the U.S., looking back, maybe wasn't involved. Not really, is it? Not the reason why, but... the military-industrial complex basically was in 1946, I think, the liberal economic order got created basically to put American military bases all over the world, British, American, French military bases, and then make sure that another World War III never breaks out, another World War never breaks out.
So one of the strongest things for preventing, large-scale major country versus major country conflict from breaking out is economic interdependency. If you rely on if each country relies on the other major countries for economic well-being and stability, they're less motivated to go to war with those other major powers. Isolationism, especially economic isolationism, which Trump supporters and the current American right-wing populist movement are very much in favor of, just removing themselves from all trade agreements, just doing America for America and letting the rest of the world do whatever it wants, would result in more global conflict, which would draw America back in.
And I also agree that American imperialism is on a decline. I don't know if that means that there's not going to be any military bases, America's going to isolate, and then a world war is going to break out. I mean, that cannot happen. That is, to all these military authoritarians, they do not want that to happen.
You've got the Joe Biden special interests that are basically selling us out to China.
Mm-hmm.
So if they gain power, then the U.S. just crumbles, I guess. They want to sell off all of our assets and resources to China and extract the value from this country, and then we're left holding an empty bag. And then you have the Trump side, which says we want to defend our borders, bring industry and jobs back to the United States, and then there's not going to be any power or force of will towards international conflict from the United States at the very least.
Do they consider Iraq part of our borders?
What, the right?
No, like Joe Biden. I know it's a question you can't answer and you don't know, but do you
Joe
think that
Biden probably does. Here's what we got going on. One of the reasons they really hate Donald Trump is because they're long-standing.
Democracy manifest.
Mike Paul, thank you very much for that follow there. And Magos, we'll get to that big water segment just after this video here.
Plan with Europe, natural gas, oil pipelines, and all that was disrupted to such an absurd degree. Boy, were they spinning. They wanted to build a pipeline. I've talked about this, but they wanted to build a pipeline, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, through Syria, through Turkey, into Europe to offset the Gazprom, gas monopoly. As soon as Trump got in, they knew that plan was done. Everything they had been.
Democracy manifest.
And Sussy Shekel Goblin. Europa: The Last Battle. Yeah, that's a neo-Nazi. Goodbye. Sometimes it feels so good to wield the banhammer. Like, I see people in the chat saying there's no way that Trump's going to win the next election. I'm not as optimistic as you folks about this. I hope you're right, but I'm not that optimistic.
Been working on was going to be shut down because Donald Trump didn't want to be involved in these foreign wars. He didn't want to be involved in Syria. He didn't want to be involved in Afghanistan. And that meant the United States would not be able to win this international conflict in the region. So they did everything in their power to shut him down. Further, Donald Trump. Here's what I really think. I think Donald Trump genuinely was like, I don't know why we have any of this stuff. And
Donald Trump, who almost started a fucking war with Iran when he signed off on the assassination of the general, or implicitly endorsed Saudi Arabia doing that stuff. Was it? Oh fuck, that's a few years ago now. Hi.
And the bureaucratic state is probably like, listen, we have a plan. You need to do this. And he's like, I don't care. He's like, America, I don't know why you're doing this. And he ignores them and he won't listen. And then stumbling, bumbling Donald Trump, and I know he's not really, but I mean, in this one capacity, he stumbles upon a video of Joe Biden demanding a quid pro quo with Ukraine, and Trump gets on the phone. He's like, what's that all about? And the bureaucratic state goes, no, that's our plan. We have a company, a proxy company we've set up in Ukraine. The vice president's son is on the board. We got former CIA director. We are working.
I remember this being a great big nothing burger, where there was this claimed stuff that the proof never came forward.
Ukraine to get gas into Europe, and Trump just blurts it out. And then that's why they did everything in their power to stop Trump. It wasn't about fascism or racism. It was that Trump was he wasn't supposed to win. He was.
Now, a lot of Americans are opposed to Trump because of fascism or racism, but he is also a threat to the American liberal economic order. The whole isolationism thing is absolutely a threat to that.
Not a part of their stupid plans, and he was dismantling them. And for 4 years, he really set them back. Now Joe Biden is left with the neoliberal establishment, neocon uniparty plan just in shambles, and I don't think they can recover from it, to be honest.
I would push back a little bit. So he had some.
Sorry, I just accidentally inhaled some water. Make sure water goes down the right hole, people. God damn.
populistic policies that do deserve to be commended and respected no matter what side of the political aisle you're on. But he did continue the war in Yemen, fighting alongside Al-Qaeda, fighting alongside the Saudi coalition, creating one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. He did give Ukraine lethal weapons. He did send a crap ton of drugs.
Just to touching on stuff in chat at the moment, I think the biggest thing that's going to damage Trump's popularity amongst his base right now is him coming out as being pro-vaccine. It has not been a popular move amongst his base, and he wants to take credit for the development of the vaccines under Operation Warp Speed. But his base has been primed to be rabidly anti-vax. So this is biting him in the foot.
Drone strikes to the point and extent where he stopped even listing them and even being transparent about them. And then he also bombed Syria because his daughter came to him and said she saw a scary video online, according to Donald Trump's own son. So with that happening, he brought us very close to war with Russia.
That fits. I don't think we disagree. The Yemen, Afghanistan stuff is what Trump knows. He knows 9/11. He knows that. So when they come to him and say this, he goes, oh, okay, I'll do that. I'm not saying what he was doing was good. I'm saying he was dismantling their plan because he didn't understand or care about their, circuitous plan towards gas, interdependency. And when it came to bombing Syria, yeah, you're right, it was his daughter. The bureaucratic state, Trump hated the head of the FBI, hated the CIA. He didn't like any of these people. They had smeared and lied about him, so he was ignoring them outright.
I'm yet to see evidence of these people lying about him. Trump was fuck awful. And the people saying Trump was fuck awful, but mostly saying true shit.
Right. But when it came to his daughter and his son-in-law, he was like, sure, I'll do what you guys say. And so they couldn't control him. And I'm not saying that means Trump was doing good things. It just means their real reason for opposing him is that, I'll put it this way. It is said, and tell me if you guys agree, that the deep state, I just call it the administrative state, they have plans. And those plans extend beyond the terms of the sitting president. So when the new president comes in, they say, here's the operation we're currently working on. And typically the president goes, okay, you got it. Obama would do it, right? Bush would do it.
So you do need some kind of leader-to-leader operational plan that goes on. You can't just reverse course every time you change leader and expect things like international diplomatic relations to stay steady. This was one of the reasons that Trump was so corrosive to international diplomacy, is he just threw things out that America had spent a lot of time and effort getting to work, like the Iran nuclear deal, which was actually working to help slow down and prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons.
Do it. And then Trump gets in and he goes,
yeah, the Paris Accords, all sorts of stuff.
No, I'm not going to do it. You can't tell me what to do. I've got plans. And then all of a sudden they're angry and freaking out because Trump isn't playing ball.
100%.
There you go.
Yeah, there was an aspect where he was a bull in a china shop, and he said, well, we're just going to take the oil in Syria. I'm going to leave the military there. And there was also military individuals that were lying to him about the exact numbers of U.S. troops inside of Syria, which is also mind-boggling when you think about it in that kind of perspective. But I think he should...
I love that they started out this segment by going, yeah, Trump was anti-war, and Trump's anti-war agenda is really catching on, and now they're just talking about Trump's warmongering side without even recognizing the inconsistencies there.
Should always be judged on his actions in each direction. But I agree. But I think a lot of people weren't expecting him to be in there, and I think he capitulated some. He fought some, but I think that's up for a lot of people's own personal interpretation
way too
of
much,
how they see it.
Yeah, way too much capitulation, and I'm sure you guys have covered this in a different conversation, but my theory without any evidence is that he took a dive on Snowden because they made him. How do you explain that?
And Assange, too.
Yeah, Assange.
And Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah.
That he couldn't do it. I kind of feel like Trump thought he was gonna get a second term, and so he was, I'll hold back.
No, they didn't bring up Chelsea Manning in there.
Back a little bit because I want another term, and then when it started looking bad for him, he said, I can't go crazy because.
Chelsea Manning does streaming, by the way. She does Minecraft streams and does in-depth stuff about computer security, and I think she touches on some cryptocurrency stuff as well, but from a critical analytic perspective. Her streams are really good.
I'm gonna try again, and he thinks he's gonna get it in 2024. And then I'll tell you this, man, if Donald Trump takes the White House in 2024, he takes the election, and then in 2025, come January 20th or whatever, there is another Trump administration. He will emerge from that White House with glowing.
Chevy, I brought up Chelsea Manning because they brought up, two other whistleblowers, though whether Assange is technically a whistleblower, he was a conduit for other people to blow whistles through WikiLeaks. They brought up 2 other whistleblowers that Trump treated badly and just completely ignored Chelsea Manning.
Red eyes and energy emitting from his body as he raises his finger and he says, arrest them all. And he just goes after every single one of these people who wronged him or slighted him, who smeared, who lied.
And a president should not have that power. A president is not king. Should not be able to, like any leader of a democratic nation, shouldn't be able to direct law enforcement to arrest people who have slighted them.
He's going to be unrestrained. He's just going to be, I'm done playing this. I'm willing to bet he'd fire Fauci right away.
I don't like
he walks
it sounds like political persecution if a president gets in and starts arresting his enemies.
Holy shit. Moonlord is actually kind of on point tonight.
People broke the law.
Yeah,
lots of them.
A lot of them are breaking the law right
There's
now.
a lot of documents. They should be arrested.
All the executives. It's not illegal when the president does it. That's
Trump also
American trope.
It is illegal when the president breaks the law. Like, it's harder to hold him to account, but it is still illegal. The president doesn't get immunity from the country's laws.
Trump also just a couple days ago said it's hard to criticize Biden now because Biden congratulated him on his promotion of the vaccine.
Oh my God.
So there's also that as well. And then Donald Trump also doubled down and made veiled attacks against Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, for not publicly talking about his booster shot allegedly that he took, according to Trump, who's attacking him now. It was only a matter of time until the 2 people butted heads.
I'm not saying Trump will be right to do it. I'm not saying Trump is correct in every action he's taken. I'm saying Trump will get in office and be like, this is my one chance. I'm not going to play around. I've learned from the mistakes I've made. And he's just going to say, I want the documents released, release them now. And he's going to walk.
What documents?
With these people. He's going to say, I'm going to follow you to the archives, and I'm going to watch you publicly release these documents right now under my orders as president. Because when he would do all this stuff last time, they'd be like, you got it. And then they wouldn't do it. And then Trump would forget about it. He is going to go off the rails. He is just going to be like, I'm not playing games anymore.
He strikes me like a really bright hot fire that's burning off of like not a lot of fuel, like paper, and it's really, really intense. But if the wind blows, it just goes out, and you're like, where was he when we needed him? Where was he when Assange is rotting away in prison? Where was he when his daughter came crying to bomb a country so he did it? Like, we need strength and consistency. I don't want this bombastic, loud,
I hear you, man,
clown show anymore.
Holy shit. Like, these guys are kind of a sample of America's regressive zeitgeist. And if Tim Pool and co. are actually legitimately turning against Trump, this may signify part of Trump losing his broader support.
I hear you on that. I mean, I've often said I'd meet all these people who would say I voted for Trump because I liked his policies, but man, I wish the guy would shut up. But I will also add, I think there's going to be a lot of people in 2023. A lot of people have suffered under Joe Biden and the Democrats in the past year. The lockdowns have been miserable. Kids are upset. Children have committed suicide. I know a guy whose kid took his life, and it's a horrifying story because he got locked down and they didn't see it coming. These people...
Yet another case why America needs better mental health care as part of like a universal healthcare package.
Many of them are just going to want revenge. And are you going to get revenge with Ron DeSantis? I'm sorry, the answer is no. Ron DeSantis is younger, he's calmer, he's collected, he's got a lot of things right, a lot of people like him. But Donald Trump would be like unleashing a bull, but this time the bull is on fire.
That's a good point. This kind of anger and redemption, because I was just going to bring up DeSantis again, because I think DeSantis is going to give Trump a run for his money. I think a lot of people like DeSantis a lot more than they like Trump. I think there's a lot of broken promises with Trump. I think there's also a lot of clear corruption, a lot of promotion of big pharma, when on the other hand you have DeSantis that has essentially stopped.
So there was a lot of clear corruption with Trump, but I wouldn't say his promotion of big pharma hits that threshold.
The narrative in its tracks when it was Donald Trump that said it's only going to be 2 weeks to slow the spread. It was Donald Trump that instituted warp speed. It was Donald Trump that, said, here, Fauci, control the country, do whatever you want, when DeSantis did completely the utter opposite of that. And I think when it comes to that revenge, that aspect is going to be hindered by the fact that Donald Trump...
This Tim Pool broadcast, I think, is fairly recently. Yet 17th of January, so very recent.
Trump caused a lot of the pain that the American people are suffering with, that the Democrats continued by continuing his policies, while DeSantis was one of the only people standing in the way of it and saying, no, I'm not going to implement your mandates. I'm not going to implement your lockdowns, your restrictions, your bullcrap on my people, because...
So, mask mandates, lockdown restrictions, all of this, yeah, they're rough. They are psychologically draining. They're even harder when the government doesn't give the people the support that they need, the people and the businesses, the support that they need to survive through the lockdowns. And that lack of support, I think, drives a lot of dissent and fear. But without restrictions, without reasonable measures to help to protect people from this virus, we just let people die. We just let the virus mutate more and more around the restrictions, around natural immunity,
I believe in
vaccine-enhanced natural immunity that people have built up. And that's a recipe for disaster. So here in Australia, we did have things like pretty fucking well under wraps for the last 2 years. We approached stuff quite sensibly. We locked down when we needed to. We had restrictions in place when required. For the first year and a bit, we gave people the financial support that they needed to survive through this pandemic. And we managed to keep our deaths very low. Australia was one of very few countries that actually saw a reduction in total amounts of deaths over the course of the first few years of the pandemic. But what have we done now? We removed basically all of our restrictions. We've tried to open everything up, and we're just letting COVID run rampant through our communities. This is having really negative physical and mental health effects, but also really negative economic effects. There have been a number of business owners that have come out and said, just opening everything up is actually more economically damaging than the lockdowns were for their businesses. Part of this is because staff members keep getting sick, so they have to keep shutting down randomly. With businesses that have like cost leaders, like restaurants and cafes, they, buy a whole bunch of perishable food so that they can function over the next while, and then suddenly all of their staff is in isolation because they've been exposed to fucking COVID. And all of this investment now goes to rot. And we now have business owners saying, no, wait. I know we were complaining about lockdowns, but this is worse. It's fucked up.
Personal freedom and personal liberty, and because he made that stand, I do believe he's going to win out against Donald Trump in the larger public opinion.
Luke just wants us to move to Florida. That's why I say
I love Florida, so I am biased here from my perspective. And DeSantis isn't perfect. There's also some things you could criticize him on, but by and large, you see Florida leading the way against the lockdowns, the mandates. Texas was following very.
And Florida has I think Florida is leading the US on a per capita basis with number of infections and number of deaths. And DeSantis has come out and made it illegal for private businesses to put COVID restrictions in place. So not quite leading, they're up there though. They're very high on the list.
Very closely what Florida was doing, but Florida was the first one that initiated a lot of these major moves that absolutely broke this COVID narrative, that actually broke a lot of this nonsense and stopped it in its tracks. And that's why I do believe DeSantis and Trump are fighting already. It's going to be a big fight. It's going to be a fight that's going to be very entertaining. But at the end of the day, I think DeSantis absolutely has this one in the bag.
Yeah, Trump has a lot of baggage when it comes to lockdowns and it comes to vaccine mandates. I think, he is, as you mentioned, he's the guy that platformed Fauci. And if you go...
Yeah, it's conservatives' irrational fear of vaccines and hatred of reasonable precautions against disease that might actually torpedo Trump. Oh, blessed day.
Back and look at what was going on at the time, he really got sort of led around by all of these healthcare bureaucrats that absolutely wanted to impose this radical new experiment on the American people. And combine that with the fact that he wants credit for the vaccine he's going to say a lot of dumb stuff about it right now. And I think DeSantis looks a hell of a lot better in that particular argument. And DeSantis did it. And Trump talked about it. Like his first instinct was right. And you know, when they first said, "Oh, let's shut down the economy," Trump's like, "We can't do that." But then the bureaucrats convinced him.
Yeah, 2 weeks to solve the spread. That's how it started.
The base unit of economies are people. If people are sick or dying, or too scared to go and work in certain industries because the plague is fucking raging and the pay isn't good enough for them to take on that danger, the economy is going to suffer even more.
With the Trump administration, people don't get that.
Do you think Donald Trump would rather solve...
Okay, so apparently I was wrong about Florida. Apparently it's 17th in deaths per million, although Florida also hides their deaths per day. It's the 5th in cases per million. California is the 44th in cases per million. Hot damn.
Like heal
Hey, Gothy.
everybody of COVID, but no one knew it was him forever. No one, and Biden got the credit, or have people suffer for another year and then slowly come out of it, and then he gets the credit.
It's all about credit.
I think it's all about credit for that psychopath.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, you can't
It's
get
an
mad
assumption.
because someone agreed with you, and all of a sudden you're like, that proves it.
Like
it's a hypothetical.
He cares
Let's
more
stop
about
it.
what people think than about getting the job done. When it comes to the vaccine, he wants the credit.
Yes, Trump cares more about what people think than actually doing the job. He cares about his optics and his brand more than actually getting stuff done. Holy shit, some conservatives are finally starting to wake up to this.
I think that's Trump derangement syndrome. I certainly think Trump is egotistical.
I can't. You're right. I'm making an assumption of what he thought, and that's not.
But yo,
he wants credit for the vaccine.
Even Joe Biden, I would imagine, if someone came to him and said, "I am the great fairy, Joe Biden, and I will cure every one of their ailments," but Trump will get the credit, I still think Biden would be like,
well, Biden's trash too. Anyone
I know,
that's
but I'm
gonna
saying
be
like
let their ego get in front of public safety is
the idea. The idea of the cartoon villain, I don't believe, is real for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
Trump isn't a cartoon villain. He is an all too real and prosaic form of villainy. I think the only reason we really view him as a cartoon villain is because he was so obviously odious that, like, characters that were obvious parallels to Trump kept being used as villains in stories. Back to the Future, I think Back to the Future 2 with Biff was a Trump analog. The Super Mario films, the King Koopa, again, was a Trump analog. This is going back to the 1980s. People have been able to recognize what kind of awful, sleazy, destructive political operator he is.
I'd rather everyone suffer. You know, I don't think Trump.
No,
is
it's
like
not. It's not a. I don't think it's a cartoon. And I think the problem with politics and politicians is that they face incentives where
Look, whoever this chap here is, I do not agree with his politics, because, you know, he's on Tim Pool and he's agreeing with Tim Pool. But I will give a degree of credit to that moustache. That nice little curl. Now, the soup strainer, I don't like soup strainers. I find them personally to be irritating because you get the coarse hair on your top lip and it makes eating quite difficult. But that's a nice bit of curl he's got going there. Fucking good on you, man. Mad respect. One mustachioed bastard to another. Good on ya. Wait, is that Gavin McInnes? Surely, Gavin McInnes doesn't usually look that suave. No, this is Matt Kibbe. Not McInnes.
If they get credit for things, they win, and if they don't get credit, they lose. And nobody wants to lose in politics because the whole point is winning. So the very nature of the process of politics is corrupting, and it's based on ego and arrogance and fatal conceit. And Trump is sort of he is sort of leans into that caricature, but he's not all that different than all these guys.
But he's a military commander in chief at that point, and when the George Floyd riots broke out,
Trump is even more egotistical and arrogant than your standard politician is.
Day 2, I said to Tim, we got to get the National Guard in there now, and it didn't happen. Day 2, Day 3, still no National Guard, and then people started getting shot. And he didn't want to get called a fascist. Trump didn't want people to think he was a militant fascist, so he didn't send in the.
This is Trump who, like, gassed people away from a church so that he could take a photo opportunity with a Bible. This was Trump who, like, encouraged police officers to commit more violence. This is Trump who was like befriending every authoritarian strongman he could find while trash talking the very concept of democracy. This is Trump who wanted to literally become dictator of America, the king of the American continent. Yet, no, Trump was very fucking fashy, guys. That you can't see this is ridiculous.
National Guard, you just let things burn.
That's tough. I mean, I don't know what the right answer is.
Well, there's a lot of nuance.
That he's mentally, he cares more about the way people perceive him than.
Thanks for checking out this segment from the Timcast IRL podcast. If you want to watch live, you could.
I felt like they cut that off just as it was starting to get really interesting. Does that sound to you like the Trump movement winning and ending globalism? Because it doesn't to me. It sounds to me like Trump is floundering and losing touch with his base, which is a good thing for everyone else on the planet. Oi, oi, oi. So folks, I need to top up my water and quickly go and use the loo. Then when we get back, we have a big water segment. So, my brain is firing on about 2 of its cylinders right now. So take care of each other in chat. Rest assured that I'm going to be right the fuck back. Alright, you wonderful weirdos. Let's get back into it. Loving the tunes here, Siffer? This particular track is Dust and Dreams by Velvo. It is part of the Epidemic Sound production music library. So it is royalty-free music that I pay $15 a month to use on Twitch and YouTube. It's a good library. Now, oh, that's what we were up to. Of course. Let's move over to some different music for this, shall we? A bit of lo-fi. There we are. Do you want to know one of the most beautiful things, chat? You and I, every single one of us, are made of about 70% water. That's right. We are largely the wet stuff. Water is so fucking important that it's brought you this stream tonight. That's right. Our sponsors at Big Water have decided that they want me to let you know just how amazing water is. The molecules that form this beautiful life and joy-bringing substance were formed in the heart of stars, atoms pressed into service to become this clear, lovely, life-bringing water. So, go to your tap, get your favorite receptacle, and fill it up. Take yourself a long, deep, refreshing swig. You know, that really fortifies my H zone. That's H for health, H for happiness, and H for hydration. H2, oh yeah, get some in you, today. That's right, Lexibat, we are indeed soggy meat sacks. Make sure that your meat sack contains an appropriate amount of sog. Now, I like joking about how this stream is sponsored by Catgirls or Big Water or The Void, but really, and regulars here know the drill, this stream is sponsored by every single one of you. Every single one of you lovely fucking people who comes in here and watches this, everyone who lurks, everyone who chats. Thank you so fucking much for being here and helping make this possible. And an extra big thank you to amazing, amazing people like Pixel Day DM, who single-handedly filled up our bits bar for today, for people who've gotten subs for themselves and for other people, and for folks who throw money directly into the survival fund. Each of you are fucking phenomenal and make these streams possible. So thank you so very much. Ice is technically a rock because definitions, which means water is technically lava, which means we're lava monsters. Like, it sounds just ridiculous enough that I'm going to accept it. I'll be a lava monster, happily. Catalina Gearbox, I have a silver beard tonight because someone filled up the survival fund. And when you fill up the survival fund, you get to choose what the theme is. Tonight's theme, well,
Robocop. Quite simply. That's right, motherfuckers. You have the right to, well, not much under the fascist police state.
Here we are. Okay, let's turn that off. And Checker Squares, thank you very much for the follow. I think I missed that when it happened. I like Hank Green. The brothers Green do good stuff. They also gave us the term doobly-doo to refer to the information below the video. Oh yes, if you donate, you can help us to get a succulent Chinese meal, which is something that brings me a lot of joy. Although, favorite Asian eateries around here, there's quite a nice Thai place and a really good Japanese place that does amazing sushi and has some of the best miso soup I have ever tried. Yeah, find us the TikTok that explains, water technically being a rock. Please do. What am I going to cover next? Okay, I'm going to apologize in advance because I am going to commit some secondhand auditory violence on all of you. The Arch formerly known as Warhammer, has brought out another installment in his Gatekeeping series. This is Gatekeeping, the Tolkien Society, and how the woke create fake fandoms and abuse their power. Let's check this one out, shall we? And I'm going to put up the censor block so that you don't have to see Archer's naked form sitting on a pat of butter.
Stolen identity. It has always been the goal of the anti-fan hordes to subvert and fully take over the various fandoms they've infiltrated over the years.
We're not anti-fans, we're just progressive fans. We haven't infiltrated anything, we've always been here.
And by take over, I don't merely mean exerting control over the setting, the characters, or the stories therein. I mean turning the entire setting into a vehicle for woke politics. I'm going to have to do a bigger breakdown of the process of how this happens at some point, starting with the, oh, I'm totally a fan of this thing, to actually, Picard should be a fat black trans woman, to, if you don't...
So Picard was pretty fucking progressive. Star Trek has always been woke for the time that it's in.
Don't agree, you're not welcome here anymore.
And he's complaining there about the Warhammer is for everyone statement, which was Games Workshop telling the regressives and fascists to please fuck off.
But the subject...
Oh, Kira Sakura, after this, we will get the hippie take on dihydrogen monoxide, and we'll have a look at the video Lexibat provided us with us.
Of today's video is discussing one of the strategies through which the anti-fan try to co-opt a setting, simply by pretending that they are the setting, and invariably turning into the petty tyrants God made them in the process. The most recent and perhaps by far best example is the Tolkien Society. Not the estate, mind you, yet nevertheless a once venerable and genuine fan organization that has since been fully co-opted by the radical wokists.
So the only piece of news I have seen about the Tolkien Society is them having purchased some photos and then trying to get other people to not share those photos online because they don't understand how copyright works, and that just because you purchased the original ones at a sale doesn't mean you can now suddenly stop the copies of those photos from existing online.
With all the unavoidable baggage such abusive masters bring with them. Many of you have probably already seen the row over the Society holding a Tolkien and Diversity seminar, with such crowd-pleasing topics as Gondor in Transition, a brief introduction to transgender realities, Pardoning Sauron, the queer in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings.
So queer academics do this kind of stuff all the time. This is just what queer academics do.
Projecting Indian myths, culture, and history onto Tolkien's worlds. Or, my personal favorite, something mighty queer, destabilizing cis-hetero amatonormativity in the works of Tolkien. If you don't know what that word means, by the way, then congratulations, you're normal, because that is a word invented in...
Amatonormativity is the assumption that the traditional view of romantic relationships, a monogamous relationship where the parties are married, live together, and have children in a nuclear household, is the highest form of satisfaction one can achieve in life, and that all people strive for this type of relationship. It is a way of thinking that can be harmful to polyamorous people who may not have or desire a single partner, and to aspec people, meaning aromantics and asexuals, who might not want a relationship like that, or may have a strong, meaningful relationship that is not romantic of nature.
2011 by a feminist professor. And even without that little tidbit,
How dare academics come up with terms to describe things that exist? The gall.
anyone with more than 2 marbles rubbed together can instantly spot the hammer and sickle painted in 15-foot tall letters on the wall of this seminar. And you won't even need a functioning understanding of Tolkien to do so, because the speakers sure as hell don't have one either. In fact, I would go so far as to venture that the devoutly Christian Tolkien would probably be spinning furiously enough to power all of Birmingham if even half of these titles had been read to his gravestone.
So, people are allowed to analyze stuff through different critical lenses. That's okay. That's something that people do.
But, of course, it doesn't stop there. For decades ever since its founding in 1969, the Tolkien Society has simply been a fan society, a place to talk about and enjoy Tolkien's work. They bothered no one, and as a fan group, I can't imagine they would ever have wanted to bother anyone. They had their thing and were more than happy.
Arch, you are deciding to be bothered by this. They're not going out of their way to bother you. You have decided that this is a bother and something that is worth getting your nose out of joint over.
Happy to let everyone else have theirs. After their infiltration, however, they decided to do what wokists always do with the tiniest, most minuscule fraction of power. Abuse it. For you see, the Tolkien Society collects a membership fee. This was supposed to be used for the Society's annual gatherings, or spreading the good word of Tolkien, by purchasing and donating his books to libraries and charities. A noble goal, to be sure, but that was then and now is now, with the Tolkien Society responding to a Twitter post celebrating the author's birthday with...
So he's not provided any proof that there's been like an infiltration or anything. There's just indication that the Tolkien Society is, has held some seminars that look at Tolkien's work through a critical lens. This is the New York Post. This year's annual Tolkien Society seminar will pay more critical attention than ever to diversity issues, according to an announcement by the literary charity. Academics and non-academics alike interested in J.R.R. Tolkien's high fantasy world will read papers at the conference next week with titles such as Gondor in Transition, A Brief Introduction to Transgender Realities in Lord of the Rings, and Pardoning Saruman, The Queer in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. The organisation, founded in '69, exists to promote the life and work of Tolkien, the English Catholic writer of epics set in Middle-earth. Quote, Tolkien's efforts to represent or ignore particular characteristics requires further examination, the organisers wrote. And yeah, that's something that's worth examining. And these people are still fans of Tolkien's work. You don't write, like, an entire fucking paper without caring about the work in some way. The conference will be held virtually on Zoom on July 3rd and 4th. So when Arch was making, like, empirical statements about the contents of these things, the seminars haven't even happened yet. Quote, spurred by recent interpretations of Tolkien's creations and the cast list of the upcoming Amazon show The Lord of the Rings, it is crucial we discuss the theme of diversity in relation to Tolkien, the organisers wrote. And yeah, Tolkien's works weren't particularly diverse. He wasn't writing them in a particularly diverse culture, and his representations of different cultures did start to get pretty fucking problematic. Is it Far Ind or something? Yeah, Far Ind, I think, which was the Indian savages with their giant war elephants. Well, let's have a look at the official statement on the seminar here. We are pleased to announce the 16 speakers who will be presenting their papers at the Tolkien Society Seminar 2021, which will be held online on Saturday, the 3rd and 4th of July. The theme is Tolkien and diversity, and is free for anyone to attend. That's free! Fuck yeah! That's awesome. While interest in the topic of diversity has steadily grown within Tolkien research, it is now receiving more critical attention than ever before. We've had that bit that's been quoted. How do adaptations of Tolkien's works, from film and art to music, open a discourse on diversity within Tolkien's works and his place within modern society? Beyond this secondary world, diversity further encompasses Tolkien's readership and how his texts exist within the primary world. So yeah, Tolkien does have a quite diverse fan base. Who is reading Tolkien? How is he understood around the globe? How may these new readings enrich current perspectives on Tolkien? Representation is now more important than ever, and Tolkien's effort to represent or ignore particular characteristics requires further examination. Additionally, how a character's identity shapes and influences its place within Tolkien's secondary world still requires greater attention. The seminar aims to explore the many possible applications of diversity within Tolkien's works, his adaptations, and his readership. We've also got The Problem of Pain, portraying physical disability in the fantasy of J.R.R. Tolkien. The Burnt Hand teaches most about fire, applying traumatic stress and ecological frameworks to narratives of displacement and resettlement across cultures. Now, traumatic stress is something that is absolutely in there. Like, Tolkien himself went to war and understood the trauma of war. And it is something that the characters need to deal with. Projecting Indian myths, culture, and history onto Tolkien's worlds, which, you know, the far end stuff, is totally stuff there that's worth examining. The Lossoth, I don't know what the Lossoth is. Indigeneity, identity, and anti-racism. The problematic perimeters of Elrond Half-Elven and Roland English Catholic. Yeah, this, you know, they are definitely exploring things through like a woke academic lens, but that doesn't destroy what's there. I think this is a valid way to do your conference, and if it's going to get them like more interest, yeah, good.
You have permission to use that image.
Sakura, it may have been this guy. So Arch does talk about like infiltrating online communities and becoming like moderators and key community members before banning any mention of like racism, or he says banning any mention of politics, but that's not what they do. They just ban quote unquote woke politics.
Excuse me, mein Herr. Do you have your papers of ownership, yeah? Very fan-friendly of them. And when...
Hang on, what did he just go on about? So he's saying that the Tolkien Society are Nazis. Here he has... I'll take away the censor block. Here he has an SS officer with the Tolkien Society on its face, leaning over, I'm guessing, a concentration camp prisoner.
Papers of ownership.
Arch is such a classy individual. He ran a streamed vampire RPG. I think Sargon was one of the players in it, set in Nazi Germany, where the people played Nazi vampires.
Yeah. Very fan-friendly of them. And when called out on their ludicrous request...
There's nothing that we looked at there that is unfriendly towards the fans. And look, if you're a conservative member of the Tolkien Society and this is a bridge too far for you, then no longer be a member of the Tolkien Society. You can freely associate however you wish. You can start up another society if you like.
Not only did the society double down by asking for links to any other sites that might be hiding their pictures beneath the floorboard.
Their what? He was making a joke about hiding their Jewish gold. And look, the Tolkien Society trying to stop people from sharing photos of Tolkien because they own the originals is ridiculously fucking stupid and shows a lack of understanding from whoever was in charge of their social media account on that day to how the fuck copyright works.
also revealed that they had purchased the picture, and at least so they claim, the copyright for them at an auction for £18,000. Now, call me a bluff old traditionalist, a stickler for details if you will, but if you truly are, quote, a society devoted to the study and promotion of the life and works of the author and academic J.R.R. Tolkien.
Look, that was a fucking stupid move, but has nothing to do with wokeism.
Then sure as death and taxes restricting access to photos of the man, especially as used by other fan sites, would and should be the absolute last thing you would ever want to do. Even more so, if you yourselves have also created and sold a book based on the man's work. But
Tolkien Society book Adapting Tolkien released today. Cool. So, Adapting Tolkien, Proceedings of the Tolkien Society Seminar 2020. Oh, cool. So it was just, like, a collation of texts, like the papers, presented at the last year's Tolkien seminar. Okay. That's not copyright infringement.
Weaponized hypocrisy, as we have covered before, is a favored tool of the mentally challenged, and I am sure the Society found nothing at all problematic about using Tolkien's name, his works, and imagery in their own material, whilst taking deep umbrage at other filthy non-profit fans for using his picture.
This is a standard thing of the right. Vaguely gesture at imagined hypocrisy. Like, there isn't actually hypocrisy there. There's stupidity in them trying to, like, stop people from sharing a digital copy of a photograph, but this isn't hypocritical.
And therein lies the point, too, as this article reports.
So folks who are complaining about this guy's voice, I told you at the start, I was going to submit you to some auditory violence. He chooses to have this accent as well. This guy is Norwegian. He can speak in a perfectly fine Norwegian accent. He chooses to sound like a bad parody of a British aristocrat.
The Tolkien Society hopes, quote, to generate a modest income through the copyright ownership. Haha, yes. The first thing that crosses any true fan's mind will undoubtedly be, how can I enrich myself off the thing I profess to love?
Like how Archer's main channel is videos of 40k and fantasy and Warhammer Fantasy lore that he does for money, enriching himself off something he claims to love.
Very progressive of them, no doubt. The backlash to their absurdity only...
Like, that's actual hypocrisy. That's not just imagined hypocrisy.
Continued to mount until a near-unified Twitter was lambasting them for their idiocy, to the point that now the Tolkien Society's Twitter account is protected. Oh, you know how it is. You try to spread the good word of copyright ownership, and yet the heretical masses just won't let you. Where is capitalism?
That smug fake laugh is so infuriating. And he's pretending like these two things are related. This Tolkien Society having a seminar that critically examines Tolkien through a progressive lens, and someone within the society being a fucking idiot about copyright issues. These two things are not related.
Really need it. But on the topic of the validity of the copyright claim, let's address that for a second too, shall we? A picture like this would probably have had some sort of copyright connected to it initially. Either it would belong to Tolkien himself if he commissioned the picture to be taken for him in some kind of official capacity, or alternatively the copyright would belong to the photographer. And so it is entirely possible that the society did buy both the picture and the copyright at the same auction for the £18,000. But that more than likely would not matter in the slightest in this case, because this is a tweet wishing the now deceased author a happy birthday, something that the Tolkien Society itself also, by the way, does every year. The tweeter is not earning any money from his tweet. He's not doing this to promote any of his own interests.
Now, doing something for a non-profit reason, depending on the jurisdiction, doesn't actually get you around copyright requirements. But enforcing copyright on an image that's already fucking out there and being freely shared in this way isn't something that's going to hold up in basically any court of law.
He doesn't have an affiliate link in there. He's not monetizing it anyway. He is simply commemorating a famous person's birthday. Or more correctly, and more importantly, a historical figure's birthday. You would be very hard-pressed to find a court in all the lands that would even look at this case, much less seriously consider whether or not the Society's supposed copyright could allow them to take this tweet down or claim some sort of compensation for it. J.R.R. Tolkien is a historic figure. He is an incredibly famous and well-known author, and entering his name into Google is going to give you dozens of pictures of him, including the one that the Society claims copyright over. In all due reality, claiming any kind of exclusivity over this picture at this point is absolutely hopeless. Now, on the other hand, if somebody were to take the picture and commodify it, selling it as a poster or on a t-shirt or something,
he's right, they probably would have a leg to stand on there.
Like that might very well be an actual legitimate copyright complaint. But
Vox, that is true. Copyright needs to be aggressively preserved. So copyright is a very use it or lose it thing, and that changes from market to market. But as soon as the rights holders become aware of a copyright infringement, they need to enforce that copyright, or they are ceding control of it.
For a tweet or simple citation or celebrating his birthday, no. The Tolkien Society has absolutely no power to do this. And honestly, I'm sure they knew that as well, unless they are absolute idiots, which, actually, reflecting back on my previous statement about weaponized hypocrisy, is certainly not impossible. Yes, even so. In all due likelihood, it's more along the lines of a good old-fashioned bully move, because again, whenever the wokists get even the slightest hint of power, they will universally seek for some way to abuse.
So I will remind you that this man recently put out an entire video encouraging reactionary, regressive, right-wing people to infiltrate fandoms that they're not already a part of, try and become moderators within those online social spaces, so that they can enforce their regressive right-wing political views. Everything that he accuses the left of doing, he actually advocates for the right to do.
Use that power to the detriment of others. In this case, the Tolkien Society.
Sakura, copyright is use or lose as well. If you want a great example, is it Lupin the Third? So there's a good video out there that goes into the copyright saga of the Lupin stories, and the various adaptations thereof. You do need to actively enforce your copyright in order for that copyright to be considered valid.
Society is a particularly interesting example because it is an example of an old fan group being subverted. For many, many decades, the Tolkien Society was a genuine fan group whose primary passion lay in expanding.
So note that he can't point to like any particular takeover, any particular change in the organization. He's just gone, okay, they made a stupid move regarding copyright, and this particular conference deals with and highlights like diversity issues in relation to Tolkien's work. That's enough for him to say that the society was infiltrated and taken over by quote-unquote wokeists, which don't really exist. There's just progressive people. We're not some monolithic hive mind.
Expanding the work of Tolkien, theorizing about it, talking about it, and presenting it to more people. That was the point of their membership fee. It was to sponsor their annual gatherings and also to make sure that as many people as possible would have the opportunity to read J.R.R. Tolkien's work. Again, though, that was then and now is now, where £18,000 is spent on gatekeeping their own fandom. But unlike us, who simply want to keep those who don't like the setting out of it, they're sitting.
His definition of people who don't like the setting is anyone who has any form of critique or might want to see any kind of change, or who thinks that some kinds of, change or alteration to original source materials might be good, or even anyone who just wants to see a bit of diversity. Fuck. The results of the kind of gatekeeping that Arch advocates for would kill fandoms and hobbies, because in order to keep quote-unquote woke people away, you need to be an asshole to anyone who you think might be a threat, which just results in a hyper-toxic fanbase who is an asshole to everyone.
There trying to keep other fans out of the setting, not to keep it pure or good or interesting, but instead for profit and for influence. This, of course, is another quite common tactic that we saw very recently with the BattleTech community, where accounts pretending to be official BattleTech accounts.
God, he's going on over this again. So every fandom has fan accounts that use the title of the thing to promote fan works.
Were speaking for the wider community, for the fandom, and demanding action from the actual owners of BattleTech to blacklist those that they themselves didn't like. These accounts were, of course, the...
I've not seen any evidence of them demanding that the owners of the copyright do anything. All he's showing there is an image of Art of BattleTech and MechWarrior with "You're blocked." Because I'm guessing they don't want Arch to see it. Because Arch is a corrosive piece of shit who is actively encouraging his fans to infiltrate the BattleTech community and try and make it more corrosive, conservative, and awful. Thank you, Fluffweasel. I've been having a lot of fun painting this mini.
Art of BattleTech and MechWarrior, a very official-looking account. I am, of course, blocked, but such is life. And the BattleTech community. One look at that icon right there will tell you everything you need to know about their priorities. Which, incidentally, reminds me, I'll need to do a bit of a part 2 of the stolen identities gatekeeping idea. Because whilst the Tolkien Society have been subverted into one of these anti-fan fandoms, and the MechWarrior ones were made specifically as...
So engaging in critique doesn't make you an anti-fan. It just means that you have, a degree of critical reasoning that you can bring to your understanding of works that you like.
Of infiltration, there is also another way in which the anti-fan tries to steal the identity of a hobby, of a setting, of a universe, or a galaxy. When they claim that something has always been woke, you just didn't notice, you see. That one will have to wait for another.
Ooh, I'm interested to see his rebuttal on this, because that is one of my rebuttals to him. Because, 40K was always a damning parodic satire of fascism. Some of the modern writing has been a bit inept in expressing this. Star Trek has always been pretty fucking woke. It's expressly had a woke agenda from the start. Star Wars has always been anti-fascist. George Lucas said in interviews at the time when Star Wars was first released that he based the rebellion off the Viet Cong.
Video though, because it is a very interesting topic and it is a far more widely spread, shall we say, tactic than pretending to be the community, because that requires a great deal of effort. Simply spouting from your asshole that something that is very clearly not woke is totally woke, if you look at it through a very particularly skewed lens and you ignore every other aspect of it, well.
The amount of, like, ignoring the nature of various works that people like Arch have to do to come to the conclusion that those works are anti-woke is fucking ridiculous.
That's surprisingly simple. Until next time, I have been Arch. Thank you all very much for listening.
You have been Arch. Unfortunately, you still are Arch, and while you keep making videos, we're going to have to keep covering them on these Manbaby Mondays. I'm just glad that he's never going to actually succeed in the things he claims he wants to do. So Fluffweasel, who is Arch? I'm glad you fucking asked. Arch is one of the greatest shitbags in the Warhammer fandom. He is a man who described a particular race of goblinoids in Warhammer Fantasy as House N-words. No, he did not use the word N-word in his video. In leaks of his Discord, he lamented that it is no longer legal to shoot and kill the Sami people, who are the native peoples of Scandinavia. They're kind of similar to Inuits, to my understanding. He's also, like, had debates with fascist ethno-nationalists, where his point of disagreement was, well, yes, I agree with you that an ethno-state is desirable, but I'm afraid America is just too diverse to achieve one, and you're going to have to wait for the entire system to collapse before you can institute it. He's pretty fashy and pretty fucking disgusting. But yeah, that's, Oh, also, Voxin Socks. So you mentioned squeaky miniatures. I'm going to show you this one. I'm quite fond of this one. So this is the Dunwich Horror. And I love it. I had so much fun painting this. And it's got that, I've gone over it with a gloss varnish to give it that glistening look to the flesh. So I'm doing a Lovecraft-themed Chaos Demons army with each of the 4 Chaos gods mapped onto different Lovecraftian entities. That's for Shub-Niggurath, the Lovecraftian fertility deity, which I'm doing as Slanesh. And my Cthulhu stuff I will be doing as Khorne. Zench will be the king in yellow, which I've started playing around with some kind of ideas of how to achieve some of the different yellow tones on this miniature here. Nurgle is the hardest one because Lovecraft doesn't have a plague deity. So for Nurgle, I'm going to be attempting to do Azathoth, the nuclear chaos that sits at the center of all reality, the blind idiot god whose awakening will undo the universe. Checker squares, that's the Dunwich Horror with a coat of spray paint. Yeah, you just need to throw flour on it and then you can see the invisible elephant. Ooh, Studson Studios. They repurposed Plastic Crash to make cool statues. Yeah, that sounds like fun. I'm gonna have to check that out. Now, we did have this here that we wanted to take a look at. This is from Hank Green. Is ice a rock and water lava? Seems like a ridiculous position, but let's find out.
So somebody asked me, like a seemingly very innocuous question, is ice a rock? And it is. Geologists say it is. And so then someone else asked me a question that I knew the answer was going to be no to. Well, if ice is a rock, then is water lava? And I was like, no, there's no way this is going to be. I looked it up and I'm reading about it and it's like, it kind of is. Lava is any molten rock that comes out of a terrestrial planet. Now, molten means liquefied by heat. This is... I don't know what to...
The subtitle there is Science Frustration. I love it.
believe anymore. Ice is a rock, water is lava, and you are a lava monster. I guess.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Checker Squares, which model are you asking about the color of? Ooh, is cereal a soup? Well, that's a question. I guess it depends on your definition of soup. Intrinsically, I want to say no, but when you draw up categories, you can probably say yes in some ways. The ocean is a soup and forests are salads. Amazing. Oh, the color out of space. Yeah, the color out of space does do some plaguey stuff. Actually, you want to know how I'm planning on representing the nuclear chaos? I don't know how well this is going to show up on video, but see this in here? Let's see. Can I get it to display? I need to turn off all my extra lights. No, it's not glowing enough. Damn it. Where is my... Here we are. Okay, let's try supercharging this. Okay. So it's not going to show up as well on the video, but this is lit pigment powder, the world's glowiest glow pigment. So I'm going to use this in my Azathoth miniatures as like a goopy feature color, so that they can look like they have this nuclear glow, which I fucking love. It's a lot brighter in person. Actually, let's up the exposure on this camera. See if we can get it to show a bit better. Here we are. This is closer to what it looks like in person here. And just a bit of UV light. And that has a really nice residual glow. It actually glows brightly enough that you can see it under normal light. So those are going to be really, really fun miniatures to paint. I'm looking forward to that. No, that is not my My Little Pony jar. Fucking ew. Dungeon. 1,000 years dungeon for that joke. How dare you? Actually, the only meme that I have deleted from my Discord was an MLP jar meme. It's too wrong, even for me. Look, bronies can be okay. I'm sure there are some non-cringe bronies out there, or some low-cringe bronies, but... oh god, the ones that get all fetishy about My Little Pony. Nope. Oh no, Sabibi, you've been a good chatter. I'm happy to have you still around. Off-color jokey, even including the off-color joke. Which one do we want to go next? Actually, because we've just done Arch, let's go for... so we might save that for later. Actually, no. Let's do this. So, one of the people that Arch debated about ethno-nationalism was the Golden One. The Golden One is a Swedish ethno-nationalist. And Archer's debate with the Golden One was, now, I don't think that ethno-nationalism is the right path for Norway. I think we should just go with a strong civic nationalism and end all immigration. But really, ethno-nationalism is the only solution for Sweden. So this is the Golden One in a recent video, Do I Believe in God, and What is My Religion?
Yes.
And yeah, folks, don't go Googling MLP jar. You won't enjoy it. This is like some blue waffle level shit. Just don't.
I believe in God. I believe that God is in everything. And in regards to my religion, if anyone asks...
Does that mean God is in me right now? Well, that sounds pretty gay.
I would say I am a perennialist. I believe there are many
He believes in the power of the perineum? Look, it is pretty strong.
different ways to find God. I believe there are many different legitimate paths to God. So those are the short answers right there. Now a disclaimer before I begin to...
We've speeded him up to 1.3.
Elaborate. I'm not a priest. I'm not of the priest archetype or priest caste. I am merely a humble, aspiring, enlightened despot. I'm merely a humble...
Aspiring, enlightened despot. He likes wearing his fascism on his sleeve.
Philosopher prince, so there are those who are...
Yes, the Golden One does cite fantasy books as proof that feudalism was good. Absolutely.
Much better suited to talk about these issues, but since I get the question quite often, and since I know it's a topic of interest to many, I thought to give my take on it. But I have been hesitant to respond to this because I ultimately believe that your own religion should be something personal, and I don't want anyone to wait for my answer to...
I'm surprised that he's not like a Viking appropriating Wodenist.
To start their own quest to find God. Now, I'm not trying to be humble here. I want you to listen to me always. I always want you to do as I advise, as I recommend. So if I say that you should train hard, read hard, and sleep well, you should definitely do it. So basically every video I make, you should listen and you should take to heart the advice that I present. Same thing with Dauntless. I wanted to read it, I wanted to incorporate the practical advice. But when it comes to religion,
Dauntless. Wait, has the Golden One written a fucking book?
I can't say to you which path you can take. It's up to you. Dalai Lama says that Buddhism is the best way for him to find God. For me, I'm still searching, I'm on the path, and I want to explore as many different...
Oh my god, it is. He wrote a book in 2019. What is this book? Holy heck. So here's its Goodreads. Oh, there's some people who quite like it. 39 reviews, a 4.47. Let's see some of these reviews. Marcus Folin, better known online as the Golden One, has written this book as a guide for young men, particularly of European origin, living in a sometimes overwhelming 21st century. It covers various topics such as exercise, religion, leisure, and metapolitics, and how young men should implement these things in their daily lives in order to better themselves both physically and mentally. There are some views expressed which I do not necessarily agree with, but I nonetheless find this book engaging and informative, and it has certainly helped me to better myself in various ways. As I mentioned, this book is primarily directed toward young men, but I see no reason why the values which Folin expresses cannot be adopted by young women also. For any person disgruntled at the current state of politics in our vastly changing European society, he means the existence of immigrants, I'm guessing, this book is for you. Folin teaches us to make the most of our current circumstances and to become the best we can possibly be. Only then can we properly and successfully act change, which, for Marcus Folin, the Golden One, is ethno-nationalist fascism within Sweden. Hey there, Maeve of Swords. I was hoping for a bit more of an autobiography along the theme of Dauntless, as it is a fairly cool name, and not everyone can write well or offer valuable insights on such niche topics. This is a 2-star review. But everyone has come from somewhere, everyone has a story that they can share if they look back at their life and think about the moments of their childhood and teenage years that they remember best and most strongly shaped them as the person they became. I'm confident such a book would have been worth more than what we ended up with. Aside from the first few pages, the book is really just a very basic overview of several subjects spread throughout 199 pages, 13 chapters, and countless subchapters. I can't recommend the book if you're looking for a detailed level of analysis on any given topic, nor can I recommend it even if you just want to know a little bit more about Marcus, because of how the book is written and the actual substantial content of the book is much less than its 199 pages. It's a shame, because the quality of a book is not determined by its page number. You can do a lot with 199 pages. But if Marcus thinks that the handful of paragraphs or pages on the topics he addresses is sufficient to say anything meaningful about them, he does not understand or appreciate thorough analysis. It's certainly not a replacement for directly reading Evola. So Evola is the guy who described himself as a super-fascist. Spengler. Who is Spengler? Oswald Spengler. German historian and philosopher whose whose interests included mathematics, science, art, and their relation to his organic theory of history. Best known for his 2-volume work, The Decline of the West. Yep, sounds like a fascist. Published in 1918 and 1922, covering all of world history. So this particular reviewer is like, I appreciate what Marcus was trying to do, but it's not as good as other fascist authors. Or an exercise training nutrition journal, or consultation with an exercise training nutrition expert, but in fairness, neither is it claimed to be any of these things, yet neither does it expand upon the theme of Dauntless beyond the first few pages. Some people, despite professing nationalist, anti-left, anti-modernity, or just ethnocentric/pro-European perspectives, just aren't going to ever read the likes of Evola, Spengler, or even the writings of a nationalist like William Luther Pierce. Would reading Dauntless be better than those people having read nothing? Than them only stimulating their thinking by listening to YouTubers, watching television, talking with people on the street, and reading newspapers? Probably. But can we set a higher standard than that? Goes on to talk about grammatical errors. So yeah, this is a mediocre fascist book. Fascists do indeed exist, murdercoms. We cover literal Australian neo-Nazis on this channel who want to make Australia into a fascist ethno-state.
Religious traditions as possible, hence I call myself a perennialist. And now you might say, oh, can't you say that you are a pagan or a Christian or something like that? And I can't say that because that wouldn't be the most accurate response possible. I always want to be as clear and honest as possible. So I'm
as clear and honest as he can while not being banned by YouTube. The Golden One has managed to be on YouTube for a long time, and for an out-fascist and ethno-nationalist, that's actually kind of impressive.
Giving you the honest response right here when I say that I am then a perennialist, and I acknowledge that there are many good and glorious ways to find God.
Now, I will say that the term fascist does get overused by some people. Fascist doesn't just mean person with authoritarian tendencies or person who wants me to do something I don't like. There are actual fascists out there, and we need to use the term accurately so that we can properly diagnose who they are, what they're trying to do, and how to fight against them.
What I can say, however, is that if someone asks, are there many gods or are there only one God? Again, take this with a pinch of salt. Again, I'm not a priest. In my humble opinion, at least. And of course, I derive inspiration from the Neoplatonic teaching of the one or the good. So I believe that there is one God that is in everything, and that God is beyond comprehension for humans. I am certainly comfortable saying that God is beyond my comprehension. But if we're
why invest so much in something that you can't even comprehend? This is something I don't understand.
Talking about several gods, I have a good example, which I used in my latest podcast.
Murdercoms, thank you for the follow. I hope you have fun here.
So we can take the sacred Baltic Sea, which I suppose many of you know and love. I certainly know and love it. It is connected to the Atlantic, so one could say it's the same water in the Baltic and the Atlantic, but they are still distinct bodies of water. They're still two different seas, if you will, but at the same time they are one. And if we're talking about one god or many gods, I would say that the many gods are part of the one god. And another good example, which I also used in my latest podcast, is the different forms God can take. And I can take a rather mundane example here. Take milk and whey. Now whey is of course milk, but in a different form. So they come from the same source, the one source of milk, of dairy. So when you mix a protein shake, so milk and whey, you mix two ingredients which come from the same source, and then they become one again. Something else is of course snow, ice, rain, water, same thing, different forms. So that.
But this does not prove or demonstrate the nature of divinity.
Something I find, at least in my humble opinion, quite useful to think in terms of the nature of the divine. It can take many different forms. And if you read my book review of the agony and the ecstasy, I included a quote which illustrates quite well the when Hindus are being called idol worshippers, and they say that Krishna, or God, he can take many different forms, so he is in the materials of the idols as well. You can check it out. I will link it below, that article.
Saying all other people's conception of divinity is really just a impoverished version of my conception of divinity is a very paternalistic position. I'm not surprised. This is about what I expect from Marcus.
Quite insightful, the book itself. Now, moving on to demigods, angels, and the primordial beast even as well. When I say the primordial beast, I have tried to explain this concept before in a video. I feel more comfortable explaining it now, but it's simply a certain energy of God taking a certain form, and that particular energy, it imbues you as a man, hopefully, with a sense of primordial energy. I can't explain it better than to just refer to it as the primordial beast. Now we can say that the primordial beast is a god, but it's actually an energy of the one god. Same thing if we're talking about gods of war. Certain men, sometimes, I suppose many of you have felt it at some stage, you feel an urge to fight or whatever. Yeah, that can be the...
Oh yeah, this guy is very sexist. He thinks that women's role in society are to be subservient child rearers.
Warrior energy of God, in the form of a war god such as Tyr or Mars or Ares or Ares or someone like that. He takes...
You see, my audience, you do not just have violent tendencies and urges. No, when you feel like you wish to do violence and engage in war against everything that you view as being too unclean and not white enough, well, what is truly happening, you are channeling the ideas of this god of war. You are becoming a part of the godhead.
That form and imbues you with that energy. And then you have different other gods that can imbue you in a similar manner. So you can view it as God taking a certain shape, and then he blesses you in that shape, and you feel different ways. Now, if you want to live a lifestyle which enables the primordial beast to imbue your spirit, then simply live the lifestyle which I recommend. So train hard, eat clean, sleep well, absolutely no pornography. Think in...
Absolutely no pornography. What a sad life he leads.
In heroic terms, act in heroic terms, and you will build your inner body, your inner temple. You will be able to attract the spirit of the primordial beast, and it's an absolutely great sense.
Vox and Sox, fascists are quite idiosyncratic, so they will take other belief systems and incorporate them into their own. I'm not aware of German Nazis using the term Godhead, or whatever that would be in German, but I would not be surprised to find that there were German Nazis who did believe in the idea, especially given the prominence that esotericism had in some Nazi circles.
Sensation when you feel that, when you start feeling like a force of nature. Now, of course, many people.
So Maeve of Swords saying that Godhead has been used by a variety of fascist-related occult groups that they've encountered? That wouldn't surprise me.
They talk about the love of God. This is something similar, but that love, it takes something, it's a different sort of energy, but that's definitely something I recommend you to try to find, because it is a nice feeling. I'm not saying that I found the perfect love of God yet myself, but it's something worth going on a
If there is a god, some kind of caring creator entity, then racism, division, and ethno-nationalism are not the paths that it would want anyone to take.
spiritual quest for, at least. Now, the discussion on demigods and angels, it will have to wait till I suppose the next podcast episode or a separate video, I'll see. But long story short, in my view at least, a demigod would be someone who is a human that is additionally filled with the energy of God. So the energy, if God is in everything, a demigod is a...
And he just said to his audience that, you know, when you feel that urge for violence, that is God filling you with the energy of its aspects as gods of war. So what, is he priming his audience to think that they can be, like, violent demigods?
A person that has extra much of God in him, or if it's a demigoddess in her. Now, lastly, as I also mentioned in the latest podcast episode, in regard to the so-called conflict between Christians and pagans, always online, of course, a very escapist, a very silly conflict. I don't even want to call it a conflict, but yeah, something of that sort. Now,
yeah, let's just ignore how, like, the Christians persecuted pagan religions and, like, killed pagans en masse.
Oh, this is not something you will take any heat for. You will not take any heat for going all out criticizing paganism or criticizing Christianity. You will take heat when you talk about bioculture and civilization and stuff like that. So if you ask, what team am I on? Because I know in these online dramas...
I'm sorry, Articunas, but I am going to use labels to describe people and their ideologies, especially when those labels fit like a fucking glove.
Online conflicts, it's not so much about pushing a good message, it's about scoring goals against the other team, like it's some sort of sports ball game. As I said, very silly, very inglorious. But anyway, what you will take heat for is promoting your own bioculture, if you're white, that is.
You will take heat for promoting your own bioculture if you are white. Culture isn't biological. There is no universal white culture. And as I've said before, the closest thing to a universal white culture is a love of cheese. And that's not really something you can build an ethno-state around.
Now the team I'm on is Team Mother Europe. It's the same team that I've always been on, and that is what you also take heat for. So if you're still engaged in this so-called conflict, it's not something I want any part of. So anyway, I hope that responded to the question at hand. And in terms of culture, you know, if I wear a Hammer of Thor, it's primarily a symbol of bioculture. Then also, of course, if Thor, the thunder god, is a part
Thor, who dressed up as a woman in one of the stories?
Of the greater god, it's a certain energy, quite similar to the primordial beast, I might add, but that will be a topic for another video or podcast or article. Then of course, if I wear a cross, the Swedish flag has a cross on it. It's not something I have anything against, so I don't mind, even though I'm not a Christian, I don't have anything against wearing a cross or you know, proudly hoisting the Swedish colors which contain a cross. It's still our symbol, and a beautiful symbol at that. Now, I have rambled on for long enough. Again, disclaimer, I'm not of the priest archetype, so there are those who are better at explaining these matters, but that was my take at least. I hope you enjoyed the video, and thank you for watching.
Look, I'm glad to see that Marcus can't even get through a video talking about God without dropping weird ethno-nationalist bullshit in there. Europe, like the whole of Europe, produces amazing cheeses. Even the British. Fucking Red Leicester. Oh, fuck, I love Red Leicester. Or even just like a good crumbly cheddar. Yes. There are so many good cheeses. Yes, Loki did turn into a mare to seduce a horse. That is correct. And the child that Loki bore as a horse, the horse baby, then later became Odin's steed. So Odin rides the horse child of one of his sons, who was a female horse when he gave birth to it. Norse mythology is way more gender bendy than the Wodenists and Norse-themed neo-fascists would like you to believe. It was the 8-legged horse, yeah. Ooh, which we want to do. So many things. Oh shit, we had a summon hot take, didn't we? And I totally forgot to do that. Okay, we want hippie music. I'll put on some other music in the background. So, instrumentals. Let's see if there's any psytrance in this music library I have access to. What's this piece of music? Whoa, that's allowed. No, that's just hardcore trance stuff. So then let's go moods. Peaceful. Yep, this'll do for hippie music. So we had summon, hot take, hippie on dihydrogen monoxide. Where the fuck is my hippie hat gone? Oh no, where the fuck is my hippie hat gone? I've got my gay Jesus hat. Folks, I'm gonna have to quickly find my hippie hat. I will put some music on. Don't worry, folks, I'm gonna be right back to do this hot take. Lexibat, we had a look at the Hank Green video. You may have stepped out for that? So, like, dudes, dudettes, and dudesques, I couldn't find my hippie hat, hey, but I found this. This is my hippie coat. I think we got a hot take to enjoy here. Oh yeah, we do. Now, you want to hear about this dihydrogen monoxide? Oh, it's powerful stuff, man. It there's the fancy chemical name, but dihydrogen monoxide is water. And do you know what's amazing about water, man? Water has memory. It remembers shit. Like, it remembers shit all the time. If you put water in a vase, it will remember the shape of the vase. And do you know what people put in water? Drugs. You can get real fucking, like, homeopathic high off water, man. It is so fucking good. No, you gotta try this. You gotta get water and, like, smoke it up in like a bong. But you gotta get a special bong that lets you, like, boil the water so that you can get the vapor out of it and just suck it down. Oh, it's got everything. Cause, like, homeopathy, yeah, it works. The more you dilute it, the stronger it gets. So people take all of these drugs, and the drugs end up in the water supply. And if you use water right, you can get real fucking high off, like, everything at the same time, man. It's good shit. It is strong shit. Dihydrogen monoxide, oh, it makes my hide go wild. I mean, me and the rest of the the really nice, soulful crew, we was just chilling out, smoking water. It was the best fucking time of my life. You should have seen the patterns. I mean, it's not just LSD in there. You got traces of DMT, psilocybin, all of the good shit. Fucking you should try some water. Try getting real fucking high on it. Yeah, absolutely, Magos. You can huff moon water. If you leave water out, it will remember the moon. If you huff on some moon water, it's gonna send you spacey. Like, up there where there's no gravity, you'll just get the good vibes of the moon, man. Water is the best. Traces of cyanide? No. You see, water only remembers the good shit. It's why drinking water isn't the same as drinking shit, because water's had shit in it, yeah? You don't understand the joys of dihydrogen monoxide. It can be a beautiful thing if you just let it into your heart and let it into your lungs. What the fuck are you talking about, hippie? No, don't inhale water, guys. It's not a drug. It's just the beautiful, life-giving liquid. So, Kira Sakura, there you are. Big water. No, not big water. Hot take from the hippie. Fucking hippies. I don't know where my hippie hat has gone. I've got an actual hippie hat somewhere. I have a hippie hat and a hippie jacket because I spent some time as a hippie. I got better though. Ooh, we've got to play with your orbs. Okay, we can play with some orbs. Let's do some little orbs. It's been a while since we've done the little ones. I've been practicing my palm spinning a little bit. Gotta get back the other direction. It's fun stuff. Do not get addicted to water, my friends. It will take hold of you and you will resent its absence. And hello, Lord Fortus. How are you, my friend? What you been up to? How's the game coming along? Folks, Lord Fortus is a fantastic artist who's been working on some game design stuff. You all should go and give him a follow. Now let's do him a little shout out, because I don't know if I've got any mods in chat at the moment. Thank you for being so well behaved, people. Let's do the SO. There we are. You should also go and give Lexibat a follow. He's fucking awesome. Go check out those channels. You won't regret it. Gothy, you're having a lurk in a game? That sounds lovely. Oh yes, Gothy's piping up because they're a mod. Also give a shout out to Antipode and Squid. Because they are just getting back from their holiday and they're going to start up streaming again. Oh yeah. It's worth pondering your orbs. Just take some time and enjoy the orbs. Think about all that they represent, how they bend the light. They're really beautiful examples of the gorgeous simplicity of physics. A sphere exists in a perpetual state of potential energy, at least when it's on a flat surface. All it takes is a tiny nudge for it to start turning into momentum. You got an urge to save your baby brother from the Goblin King? That's very fair. If you don't, he'll end up becoming a goblin too. It's been a nice little play with your orbs. I hope you've enjoyed. That is some really chill music. Let's pop the other stuff on again. Ooh-ah. Yeah, having a good bit of dance with Bowie would be fun. Though there is yikesy stuff in Bowie's history, as there was with many famous musicians around that time. Vox in Socks, the magic of contact juggling is why I became attracted to it in the first place, you know? I had the good luck of being able to start learning it when I was quite young. So I got involved in a youth circus when I was 12, and one of the trainers there was a contact juggler, and she set me down the path. It was good stuff. Okay, I think we've got time for 2 more short videos, and then I'm going to have to wrap it up, because unfortunately, I have picked up a bit of part-time work, which involves me leaving the house at 9 AM tomorrow, so I can't do a super late stream tonight. Here we are. So, we're going to take a little bit of a look at some Dave Rubin from the Rubin Report. This is him championing, that's the word, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan's prescient warning about government power should frighten you. Let's check it out. See if it's actually as terrifying as he's making it out to be. You're having a bit of a spin there, Knockout Crew. Well, you're welcome to spin around here if you like.
I found this really fantastic Ronald Reagan speech. This is a video of... We found this really fantastic Ronald Reagan speech. This is a video of Ronald Reagan warning us of government overreach and appeasement. Take a look.
No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size. So government programs once launched never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth.
Except that neoliberal governments do voluntarily reduce themselves in size by selling off assets to privatization. You know, Reagan was part of the decline of America. Not a good man.
What does it mean whether you hold the deed to the title to your business or property if the government holds the power of life and death over that business or property, and such machinery already exists. The government can find some charge to bring against any concern it chooses to prosecute. Every business...
So regulation is generally good, especially when it comes to the operating of businesses. There is such a thing as over-regulation, but most things conservative tout as that really isn't it.
Man has his own tale of harassment. Somewhere a perversion has taken place. Our natural unalienable rights are now considered to be a dispensation of government. And freedom has never been so fragile, so close to slipping from our grasp as it is at this moment. Now let's set...
So, rights get secured by collective will that generally manifests itself as a government of some form.
Set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war, but there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second: surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? You and I know and do not believe...
The final demand and ultimatum of, what, pay your taxes? Follow health and safety regulations?
That life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of...
Yeah, how dare people back then in the past be communists or socialists like fucking Martin Luther King was? How dare they?
Of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which they must not advance.
And that price that we will not pay is the government saying that I cannot put sawdust in my cereal.
Man, chills up my spine, and I'm sure I'm not only speaking for myself. That sort of clarity, that sort of honesty, that sort of decency from a good man who didn't want to rule your life, just wanted to create the conditions so you could rule it yourself. I mean,
which is, you know, why Reagan, you know, gave gay people the ability to rule their own lives by letting them die in droves to the AIDS crisis. Such a great man. Hey, Ferret King, how are ya?
there's a couple incredible quotes there that I think ring pretty freaking true today. What does it mean whether you hold the deed or title to your business or property if the government holds the power of life and death over that business or property? Does that sound familiar? Over the last couple of years, does that sound familiar? And by appeasement, what he's talking about is that...
Again, Reagan would have been talking about, you know, the existence of things like government regulation, which, you know, like I said, over-regulation is possible. Bad regulations do exist. But governments, when used well, protect the people from predatory business interests. Do they get used well often these days? No. But that doesn't mean we should wholesale throw out the idea of regulation.
That we keep giving. Oh, no, if you just stay at home, if you just wear a mask, if you just get injected, if you just stay on the government dole because they're not letting you go to work, just more and more and more, and it's just kind of small, and we're just going to appease and appease and appease, and appeasement doesn't work, right? Ask Neville Chamberlain about that Hitler guy. And that's sort of where we're all at the moment. We've appeased, we've played. This thing was crazy 2 years ago. We didn't know what was happening. As I said yesterday, it's like I grant everybody that first.
And places like, say, New South Wales, here in Australia, that have thrown open their doors to COVID are appeasing a vocal minority and subset of unhinged citizens and are appeasing private business interests to throw away the health and safety of our citizens.
Month of COVID, we all get a pass. We all get a pass. It was so crazy. Did a few people, where there were a few voices out there like, no, if we start with lockdowns and masks and everything else, this will go to a horrible place? Yes. I think I roughly warned about that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anymore. Everyone gets a pass at the beginning. But now it's time. No more appeasement. No more appeasement. Make a decision. No more surrender. Do you want to live free or do you not want to live freely? Like, that's the choice right now. And those
You should decide to die free. Let yourself and your loved ones die of COVID. Do it for the business owners. Do it for the people who will pay you pittance to put you in the line of danger.
Those words, I mean, send that clip around.
So saith the conservatives.
Cut me out of it. Send that clip around. And this is a time-tested battle that we're in right now. When he talks about the children of Israel in Egypt, when he talks about Christ on the cross, this thing has been fought before and it will be fought again. And what side are you on?
So, neither of those things were government regulation.
Well, I know what side I'm on, and I have nothing better to do than save the world.
Kira Sakura, Dave Rubin is gay. He is a gay conservative who is willing to, like, roll over and let other people denigrate him because he doesn't want to be seen as woke. He views himself as an ultimate centrist, and it's hard to actually get opinions directly out of him. He tends to hide behind other people's views. Right. This will be our last video for the night, because I do have to wrap things up early and get some solid sleep before going off and doing some work in the morning. We are going to end things with a bang on the Manbaby front. This is the one and only hyper-regressive Matt Walsh shocking new documentary on trans kids accidentally tells disturbing truth.
On Monday, a horrifying
gather all your straw, because he's going to construct some straw men.
Clip from a recently released HBO documentary went viral. In the scene, congregants at a Unitarian Universalist church are invited by the female pastor to, quote, proclaim their identity publicly as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer or questioning, intersex, pansexual, asexual, or any category I've left out, unquote. A mother then...
That's nice. A church group being nice and inclusive. Look, I shit on religious organizations a bit, but there are good churches out there that are supportive of their members.
Pulls her young son, 4 years old it turns out, onto the stage to announce that he's really a girl. But the poor child has no interest in being paraded around like his mother's show pony, so he hands the microphone back, saying that he doesn't want to do it. The mother takes it upon herself to come out on her son's behalf, informing the audience that her son, Phoenix,
her daughter, and kids can be aware that they are trans. Some of them will change their mind, some of them won't. That's okay. That's what childhood is for.
Would, quote, like you to know that she's a girl and she prefers she and her pronouns.
And it's not like fucking 5-year-olds are ever shy about things in public situations in front of people they know or people they don't know. So yeah, this could actually mean a lot to the kid. The kid being shy about being on stage in front of others doesn't mean that it's not something that the kid wants to express or something that matters to the kid.
Completing this apparently familiar ritual, the pastor hands the child a pink flower as the congregation repeats its creepy affirmation in unison. Quote, may you be well, safe, and whole. We honor you exactly as you are.
That's actually a really sweet sentiment. And that sounds like the kind of group of people, the kind of congregation that if that kid changes her mind, and decides, actually, you know, I think I am a boy after all, or I think I'm non-binary, that sounds like a group of people that are going to support that child through that journey.
Of course, that's the exact opposite of what they're really doing.
So we've got Antipody and Squid in chat here, saying when they were 7, they were saying, when I grow up, I want to be a boy. And later on, they were like, yeah, no, that's not right either. Yeah, kids can have quite advanced understandings of their gender. Not all kids do, but some kids absolutely.
This isn't even the worst scene in HBO's Transhood documentary, which is now available on their streaming platform. The film follows 4 transgender children over the course of 5 years. It's clearly meant to promote and normalize the deranged sort of child abuse just described, but any rational...
So nothing that happened just there was child abuse. Nothing in any way.
Person who subjects themselves to the film, which I did, but I wouldn't recommend it, will...
What? Because it might cause members of your audience to develop empathy with trans people? And that would be just the worst for Matt Walsh's audience base.
Come away with a number of important insights that the filmmakers did not intend. Phoenix's case is, I think, especially instructive. Before the forced coming out party, we see the boy in a dress, in a different scene, on a bed filled with lots of pink and rainbow-colored things, and he's being read a book called Jacob's New Dress by his mother. Here's that scene, if you can stomach it.
Emily slid into a shiny yellow dress, while Jacob wiggled into a sparkly pink dress. "What are you wearing?" asked Mom. "It's like a dress. I made it." Dad frowned. "You can't go to school with that. Put on some shorts and a shirt under that dress thing," Mom said. "And hurry, we're late for school." "You're never late for school, are you?" "Because you're homeschooled." "Let's get the sewing machine," she said finally. Jacob felt the air refill his body. He grinned. Mom smiled back. "There are all sorts of ways to be a boy," she said. "Right?"
Wait, I'm a boy.
Rainbow.
And also...
You're a rainbow boy.
And I'm also wearing what? Girl clothes.
You are wearing your clothes, so they are boy clothes. Dad looked up from his book.
Yeah, well.
Okay, those are girl clothes. They can be whatever you want.
Children engaging in gender non-conforming behavior and dressing up in clothes traditionally for the other gender? Fucking horrifying. Also, this is adorable. And so that kid, whether or not they turn out to be trans, has a lovely, supportive mother and is so fucking lucky for this.
I am a girl boy.
Next.
Oh, that's really sweet.
In an interview, the mother, Molly, tells us that Phoenix is, quote, gender expansive, non-binary, gender non-conforming, gender awesome, under the trans...
Yeah, they sound pretty gender awesome to me.
...umbrella, girl boy, and rainbow boy. All of those things. Before finally concluding that, quote, we don't really have a good term. Well, I have a really good term. It's called boy. Now, for his part, the father, Zach, mostly sits quietly, a common theme.
Except boy does not encompass what that child appears to be. It's insufficient for describing that child.
In the film, which we'll return to in a moment, but he agrees that his son's gender is somehow, quote, up in the air right now. Eventually, Phoenix, who never at any point shows any strong desire to be a girl and appears to be mostly confused and bored with the whole thing, is nonetheless socially...
I don't know, like, that bit of footage there, they seem to be, like, really, really happy with their expression and their understanding of themselves.
Transitioned into one.
Yeah, non-binary is the right term to be using there for the stage that they are at for their gender understanding.
But the years pass, and Phoenix continues in the nasty habit of being a boy, despite his parents insisting otherwise. Eventually, they get divorced, another common theme, and decide that, never mind, actually their son is a boy after all, it turns out. But the good news is that Molly feels better at the end because she's worked through her issues and is starting a new leaf. where we are not exactly told how her son really feels about having his gender switch back and forth.
So implying that it's the mother, like, impressing this upon the child, that doesn't tend to happen. I've not actually seen instances of that happening outside of transphobic parents or even just unaware parents forcing gender assigned at birth upon their trans children. And, you know, lots of kids engage in some sort of gender play or gender questioning, and they should have a supportive environment. If they turn out to be cis or trans, either of those is fine.
While his home life is ripped in two and his parents give up on their marriage, his feelings and well-being appear to be more of an afterthought amid his mother's psychodrama. Shades of the Phoenix story can be easily detected in the other 3 trans kid profiles. There's Jay, age 12, when filming begins. She's a girl making the, quote, transition into a boy. Her father doesn't appear to be in the picture at all. I don't think we see him at all. But her mother, Bryce, is a lesbian who eventually meets and marries a defensive lineman from the local women's football league. We're first introduced to Jay when she's being given her first hormone blocker injection before the onset of puberty. Later, she goes into surgery to have a blocker implanted in her body. Bryce.
Hormone blockers are actually, like, genuinely really good tech for trans and questioning kids, because it gives those kids more time to figure out what kind of puberty they would like to go through. There is nothing wrong with using hormone blockers for trans children.
The mother seems unsure, even at times distraught by all this, but she goes along with it and funds it and facilitates it every step of the way. Similar dynamic with Lena, 15 years old at the beginning of the film, also just beginning the medical transition, in this case from boy to girl. We meet Lena and his divorced father, Mike.
Her father.
As the two are out bikini shopping for the young man. We learn that Mike.
Now, bikini shopping for children, that rubs me the wrong way. Like, putting kids in bikinis is just weird.
Had his hesitations about the transgender thing when Lena first announced his gender confusion around the time of the parents' divorce 9 years prior. There's that theme again. But has since learned to accept it. And now his sons, or his quote-unquote daughters, ambition is to become a Victoria's Secret model. And Mike, along with his ex-wife, accompany Lena to his first modeling.
Yes. I see that you know your judo.
Stron, thank you very much for the raid. How you going there, my friend? Have you been making games this evening?
Tryout. By the end of the film.
And hello, story girl.
Lena has decided to take it all the way, going under the surgeon's knife. The surgeon is also transgender, to make his physical transition permanent and basically irreversible. The most disturbing story of.
So how old is that person at the time of the surgery? Does Matt say? Let's jump back slightly.
Well, is that of 7-year-old.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong window here.
9 years prior, there's that theme again for the young man. We learn that Mike had his hesitations about the transgender thing when Lena first announced his gender confusion around the time of the parents' divorce 9 years prior. There's that theme again, but has since learned to accept it. And now his sons, or his quote-unquote daughters, ambition is to become a Victoria's Secret model. And Mike, along with his ex-wife, accompany Lena to his first modeling tryout.
So hopefully that person is like in their late teens at the least.
By the end of the film, Lena has decided to take it all the way, going under the surgeon's knife. The surgeon is also transgender, to make his physical transition permanent and basically.
I'm not aware of anywhere that allows like actual kids to go through surgery. So I'm guessing that by that time, I said Lena was 15 at the start of the series. Okay, cool. So by the time Lena has made that decision, she would have been probably about 18, which is an appropriate age for her to make that choice.
Basically irreversible. The most disturbing story of all is that of 7-year-old Avery. He's a boy who, according to his parents, is really deep down a girl.
This would be, according to her, just because she has parents who actually fucking listen to her.
Avery's mother, Debbie, traipses the child all around the country, doing media interviews, attending marches, rallies, etc. The cameras catch the moments when Debbie informs Avery that he'll be, quote, writing a trans-affirming children's book and then going on a book tour. Against his will, he doesn't want to do it. And also when Debbie tells Avery that a National Geographic photographer will be arriving.
Is he going to show any of this?
Arriving shortly to take pictures for the magazine's upcoming cover story on gender. Avery is visibly and audibly unhappy with all of this.
Because, you know, kids and teenagers often get pretty fucking awkward around their parents.
Throughout the entire film. He objects to all of his mother's schemes, and at one point late in the film, upon hearing that he'll be forced to attend yet another LGBT rally in D.C., says that his life is ruined and voices a level of exhaustion and weariness that no child should ever experience. Let me play that scene for you now.
We're going to Washington, D.C. We're gonna be moving to the White House potential area to throw a book in Donald Trump's face.
I don't think that we want to say that, no.
This one is Time to Thrive, and it's for people who work with LGBTQ youth.
We actually go and meet with our senators, some representatives. After we do that, we go and...
Really? Children being not particularly enthused at the idea of meeting stuffy old men?
sit and sell some of Avery's books for a little while. Avery, manners.
I just don't want to even have a book. I've done too much in this world. It's ruined my life enough, and now everyone in this world is going to know. If I sell my book, it's going to go on the news along with me for like the 50th time at this point, and it's just going to make my life worse.
That sounds like a kid who has been receiving, like, transphobic abuse and is fucking tired of being in the public eye. And if that's the case, then, yeah, the parents should accept that their child does not want to be in the public eye.
A couple years ago, you wanted people to know.
Yeah, I did, but now that was really stupid, silly mistake, and now I don't.
So, wanting people to know was the silly, stupid mistake that she now regrets. I'm guessing because she's receiving a bunch of transphobic abuse from being in the public eye.
Yeah, that's something. We'll go back now.
Avery doesn't seem too invested in this female persona.
There's nothing there to indicate that she is not invested in her gender or that she's not trans. Just that she's tired of the abuse and doesn't want to be in the public eye. And if her parents go on and don't respect that decision, that makes her parents assholes. But that has nothing to do with whether or not she's trans.
Minus the long neon-colored hair and the overcompensating rainbow outfits that his mother puts him in, he comes across like a relatively...
Her mother, and she probably dresses herself, probably chooses out clothes that she likes when they go shopping. Like, you know, when I was a kid and we went shopping for clothes, I would select clothes that I liked that were within our budget range, and my parents would buy them.
Normal young boy.
Also, that's not neon-dyed hair. That's, I guess, a faded dye job? You could call that neon at a stretch?
A boy who is a girl who acts like a boy. As for Avery's father and his view of everything, it's never made entirely clear. Like the other fathers in the film, he's basically a useless lump of nothingness floating along with the tide while his wife psychologically and physically destroys his son in order to satisfy her own unquenchable narcissism.
He is doing so much fucking reading between the lines. He's just reading his own views on reality into the situation without any basis.
These men are literally watching their sons be turned into girls. And that's one of the ingredients.
No, they're getting to watch their daughters flourish and be who they are.
Ingredients that is always present whenever a young boy is forced to sacrifice his masculinity in this way. They always have fathers who have already willingly sacrificed their own. That is a necessary ingredient.
Damn, the pathologizing that Matt Walsh goes through is really entertaining.
And That is one of the important lessons the film doesn't want to teach us, but does anyway. There is no mystery to the transness of Avery, Phoenix, Lena, or Jay, or any trans child. In Avery's case, his mother has, it would seem, very clearly imposed a trans identity onto him.
There's nothing there in the footage we were shown that indicates that Avery doesn't think of herself as a woman.
Munchausen syndrome by proxy is a known mental illness where a parent, usually a mother, pretends that their child is sick or sometimes even causes the child to be sick in order to gain sympathy and attention for themselves from the public.
It's also incredibly fucking rare. I would say that Munchausen by proxy is a lot more rare than people being trans.
Was at all honest and trustworthy, Debbie would be diagnosed with this disorder and her children removed from her care for their own safety. As it happens, though, and as the film clearly portrays, doctors and therapists are much more likely to feed into this kind of mania than to diagnose and treat it. That's the other piece of the puzzle that removes any mystery from the trans epidemic among children.
There isn't a fucking trans epidemic. Like, there just isn't. More people are coming out as trans because it's become more socially acceptable and more understood, and that's a good thing. It just means there's less people suffering in the closet.
The entire medical field, with very rare exception, has bought into this radical left-wing gender theory. A gender-confused child with a parent like Debbie stands no chance. He will find no help.
Some kids are just gender confused and grow out of it. Supportive parents should be there to encourage them along whatever steps of the journey they take.
No protection from his pediatricians or his
perfectly fine, story girl. We are wrapping up after this vid.
Therapist.
I'm glad you like the facial hair combo this evening.
Or his school. They're just going to send him off to be drugged, mutilated, and further abused. But not all trans kids have parents like Debbie. The other kids in transhood seem to have mothers and fathers who are perhaps less exploitative than they are confused, incompetent, and self-absorbed.
Unfortunately, most trans kids have, at best, parents who don't understand it and kind of well-meaningly cause their children damage by trying to deny the reality of their transness. And at worst, most trans kids have abusive transphobic parents.
All throughout the documentary, we constantly see the parents turning to their kids and asking them for direction, relying on their children to take the lead.
Yeah, like parents of children should when it comes to matter of the children's internal life and identity.
Asking them, what do you want to do? How are you feeling? How do you identify? You tell us. Putting it all on them, on their shoulders. The burden of leadership, placing it on their 5-year-old son's shoulders.
Sorry, wasn't he just... Yeah, he was just saying earlier on in this video, not even like a couple of minutes back, that the parents are forcing this on their children, and it's obvious that, you know, the children don't want this and don't care about this, and this is just the parents' delusions. And now he's complaining that the parents are listening to the children? Matt, mate. Pick a lane and stick in it.
Phoenix is dead.
So DJ Che has come in with some statistics here. The incidences of Munchausen by proxy is 0.5 per 100,000 people, and transgenderness is 300 per 100,000 people. Yeah, it sounds like being trans is way more common than Munchausen by proxy.
The closest thing we hear to a fatherly lecture in the whole film, telling his son turned daughter turned son that it's okay that he was a girl before and it's okay that he's a boy now.
Yes. Yeah, that's if you've got a kid.
It's okay if he's a girl.
If you've got a kid who is questioning their gender, you should support them through that journey and whatever endpoint they end up in. That's the healthy way to go about it.
Later. And really, it's all up to him. Well, gee, thanks for the advice, Pop. Very clarifying.
Yeah, it is up to the kid what they want their gender to be. It is up for the person any person to express and explore their gender in whatever ways feel authentic and empowering to them.
Like any other child, Phoenix desperately needs direction and leadership and clarity. What he gets instead are shrugging shoulders and his pathetic, henpecked father's refusal to offer any guidance of any kind whatsoever. So it's up to Phoenix to figure out who he is, what reality is, what anything is.
Yeah, any kid grapples with that. Now, sure, they get, guidance and information from people around them. That's good. But when it comes to something like gender or sexuality, you are the only person who can ever ultimately know what that is and what that means for you.
His parents will provide nothing to the child except food, a bed, a roof, and a bunch of pretty dresses should he decide he wants to wear.
And unconditional love and support through their journey in this life as a human. Fuck, most people would count themselves goddamn lucky if they got that from their parents.
Wear them. Other than that, the boy's on his own. And that's how you end up with transgender children.
Except that kid apparently turned out not to be trans. So your narrative falls over even in this analogy, Matt.
Of course, the documentary wants us to learn a different lesson. In the epilogue, before the credits roll, the last thing we're told is that Lena, right after waking up from his, as they call it in Orwellian speak, gender affirmation surgery, supposedly turned to his mother and whispered,
It feels superfluous to keep correcting Matt Walsh on misgendering, but she woke up, her mother.
I'm free. Now, I doubt whether he said that at all, but if he did, it was yet another expression of the tragic confusion that has plagued this kid since early childhood. He is not free, now that he has rejected himself and his own.
She has embraced herself and the things that will make her happy. This is good. This is beautiful. What she needs is acceptance and love from her peers and from society at large. This is what makes transgender people's lives better. Is people accepting and loving them for who they are.
His own biological nature in a way that can never really be undone. But that is another lesson he'll have to learn on his own, with no help from his parents. And the sad thing is that when he does, like so many other kids, it'll be too late.
So, detransitioning is something that does happen. Most people who detransition not because they're not trans, but because of social pressures that make being trans hard. Also, well, being openly trans hard. Also, what was that little thing that he said? Hang on, there was something in here that I want to touch on.
In a way that can never really be undone.
No, not that.
Said that at all, but if he did, it was yet another expression of the tragic confusion that has plagued this kid since early childhood. He is not free, now that he has rejected himself and his own biological nature in a way that can never really be.
That was it. Folks, you may not have noticed this, but I wear glasses. My eyesight ain't too great. Everything's a little bit blurry when I take them off. Me wearing glasses, just like Matt Walsh does, is us rejecting our biological natures, us changing our biological natures as people with bad eyes in order to better ourselves, in order to be our most true selves. Fuck biological natures. Go out. Be post-biological. Be beyond biological. Change and shift your nature as you will. And in that you will find your power. Oh well, that seems like a wrap. Okay, folks. I know this has been a short stream, but I do need to get some sleep so I can go and work tomorrow. Broken Symmetry, thank you very much for helping us to manifest democracy. You absolute fucking legend. I'm glad you've been having fun around here. Ah, I'm glad you liked the analogy. And look, this is something that a lot of people don't get about transhumanism. Basic technologies that we've had for a long time allow us to transcend the limits of what it is to be human. I think that's a fantastic and beautiful thing. Ooh. What's the Heemster doing? Let's have a look at who we can raid over to at the moment. So we could go to the Heemster, we could go to Pixels Mixel. Where are we gonna get? So I'm glad you had fun here in the stream tonight there, Vox in Socks. And thank you for being like an awesome chatter. It's been lovely to have you in the community. But that goes to everyone who like comes in and chats and hangs out. It is really nice to have you all here. So Heem is doing Twitch poll takes an unexpected turn. Let's go and raid the Heem. So Heem is, I don't think he's a full-blown leftist, but he is a very thoughtful, progressive, and lefty. And he's a well-funny fucker. So we're gonna give him a raid. Okay, folks, we are starting this raid. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We will be back streaming again tomorrow afternoon/evening for Thoughtful Tuesday. We're going to be having a nice chill time going over progressive and lefty video essays. So take care of yourselves, and I'll see you very, very soon.